Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee for Tuesday, the 21st of January, 2025. We have a hectic schedule today, several public hearings, and an executive session at 3:30. Before we begin, we will commence our meeting as we do by tradition by asking everyone to rise and join retired Navy Commander J.D. Bernardi as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so the plan this morning is to have a public hearing on HB 306. We'll start that in just a minute. HB 306 establishes a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire citizens, businesses, institutions, and environment. At the conclusion of that public hearing, we will take a lunch break. We will return at 1 o'clock to hear HB 95-FN requiring the New Hampshire Electric Co-op to regularly file a certificate of deregulation with the Public Utilities Commission. Then we'll hear House Bill 166, establishing a committee to review Internet service providers' infrastructure transition plan from copper to fiber. And then we'll hear HB 526FN, establishing a climate change and damage division in the Department of Environmental Services. And finally, we'll hear HB 169FN relative to a quorum of the Public Utilities Commission. So we'll begin today with House Bill 306. I'll formally declare the public hearing for House Bill 306 to be open and call on the prime sponsor of House Bill 306, Wendy Thomas, to introduce the bill to us. Good morning, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the community. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 306, which is an act establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire's citizens, businesses, institutions, and environment. Carbon pricing is a market-based strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by assigning a monetary cost to emitting carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. It incentivizes businesses and individuals to lower their emissions by making it more expensive to pollute. The goal is to encourage cleaner energy use, innovation, and efficiency while addressing climate change. Other countries are already using carbon pricing in order to lower costs, while the impacts of climate disruption increase. This economic lever insulates consumers while putting the cost where it belongs. Without a price signal, consumers remain at the mercy of a market that is unfair because their product doesn't include those externalized costs. Passing this bill would be beneficial to New Hampshire's economy for several reasons. House Bill 306 ensures New Hampshire prepares for the economic changes that could arise from regional or national carbon mechanisms. By studying these impacts, the state can avoid being caught off guard and implement strategies to mitigate potential negative effects while capitalizing on opportunities. Understanding how carbon pricing affects businesses allows the state to create policies that protect local industries from disproportionate costs. The study could help shape measures to keep New Hampshire businesses competitive, especially in industries vulnerable to international competition. Carbon pricing mechanisms often reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which can improve air quality. Healthier populations typically result in lower healthcare costs and increased productivity, positively impacting the state's economy. The study would evaluate how carbon pricing might influence state energy costs in the short and long term. This information is crucial for planning strategies to ensure energy remains affordable for residents and businesses. New Hampshire relies on sectors like agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing. This bill's focus on studying how carbon pricing affects those industries allows the state to identify challenges and implement targeted solutions to protect jobs and economic activity. By examining the effects of carbon pricing and positioning itself as prepared, New Hampshire could attract investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and other clean technologies. These investments often generate new jobs and stimulate local economies. Carbon pricing is becoming common globally and in the U.S. Studying its impacts positions New Hampshire to remain competitive in a transitioning economy, especially with trading partners in neighboring states already moving toward carbon pricing mechanisms. The Study Commission ensures that any decision about implementing carbon pricing is based on thorough research and consideration of its effects on public health, the economy, and the environment. This prevents rushed or poorly designed policies that could harm the economy. The study also examines how collected fees might be returned to the residents, businesses, and municipalities, ensuring any carbon pricing program supports economic resilience and mitigates potential cost burdens. By understanding the long-term impacts, the state can identify ways to transition away from fossil fuels, reduce dependence on volatile energy markets, and create a more sustainable and resilient economy. This bill acknowledges that the outside world economies are already using carbon pricing, and we owe it to New Hampshire's energy consumers to understand how the global market signals will impact energy rates here. By passing this bill, we ensure that New Hampshire remains economically competitive, environmentally responsible, and strategically prepared for the future. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing House Bill 306. I have a couple of quick questions for you.
Sure.
Is this the same bill that the House defeated last year?
I believe it is.
Okay. And the second question is, the state of New Hampshire, or the legislature already has about 200 commissions in existence. Do you know if there are any other commissions that could take on this work without us having to establish a new commission?
I do not believe there is another commission that could do that. And I understand we have a lot of commissions, but the importance of this to New Hampshire's economy, to its industries, and to the health of its citizens, I think makes it a priority.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the representative, Representative Harrington?
Yeah, just one question. You talk about national carbon tax. Given the events of yesterday, do you really think there's any chance we're going to see a national carbon tax within the next 4 years?
When you say given yesterday, do you mean that the change of administration?
Yeah, Donald Trump being president, what he said. Do you think that there's a chance that they're going to he's going to sign a carbon tax into law in the next 4 years?
No, I don't. However, I think that the other countries are going to be actively pursuing carbon fees and carbon pricing, and it's important for New Hampshire to see what the implications of that to our specific economy is.
Other questions? Representative Kaplan has one.
I got two questions for Representative Wendy Thomas. I'm going to ask you, first of all, does this commission intending to recommend that New Hampshire establish a carbon pricing mechanism? And secondly, I'm just going to return your favor in the question you asked me in my public hearing. Could you more specifically tell us how this would best position New Hampshire businesses for the future?
Sure. This commission is not to recommend a carbon pricing at all for the state of New Hampshire. It's to look at the implications of carbon pricing if we don't do it, which is not recommending that we do, or if it's not done on a national level. With regard to the impact of the economy, we're in a situation where we're tied to fossil fuels, and fossil fuels are becoming more disruptive to our environment and to our health. And so, by putting a price on fossil fuels, the money will help the industries. There is a gentleman that's going to come behind me who will better be able to address that.
Additional questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you, Representative,
Thank
for
you.
introducing this legislation, and I'll call next on Representative Kat McGee. And while she makes her way to the table to testify, I will let you all know that we have 8 people who want to testify on this bill. So from this point forward, the timer will be turned on, and you'll each have no more than 5 minutes. Representative McGee, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues. Sorry for my voice. I have a cold. Okay, I'm Representative Kat McGee, Hillsborough 35, Hollis, and I come to you today not as a co-sponsor of this bill, but in support of the idea of a study to learn more about the impacts of carbon pricing on Granite Staters. The concept of carbon pricing has been circulating around this committee for as long as I've been on it. The number of countries using carbon pricing was 46 when I first joined ST&E in 2019. According to the World Bank report in July of 2024, there are currently 75 carbon pricing instruments being operated around the world. Canada, Mexico, and Panama are all using cap and trade. It's basically a cap and trade program as an effective low-cost tool to lower emissions while driving economic growth. The concept is to remove the externalized costs of pollution from the ratepayer and place it on those that are doing the polluting. We have the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative as an example, which is a large emitter cap and trade program here in New England that brings in excess of $50 million back to New Hampshire each year. RGGI was designed to give states money to invest in emissions-lowering projects, and we elected to use over 95% of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative funds as rebates to those ratepayers. So in effect, we turned RGGI into a pass-through program from polluters to ratepayers. Carbon pricing is designed to pass the credits collected from polluters back to the bill payers. So it is not a net tax to consumers. It is a stimulus to economies where it is being used, and that is why it's been so popular as far as global adoption. But do we know what will happen if the U.S. stays outside of these global energy market price signals? Do we know how New Hampshire's preparation for these changing markets will help or hurt New Hampshire consumers? I don't think we do. That is the reason for the study. Since the U.S. is the only country in North America not pricing carbon, can we count on any economic impacts to the cost of our energy costs here in the state? In 2025, New Hampshire has no plan to inform ourselves on the benefits, costs, or impacts to our constituents' energy bills. HB 306 asks the House Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy to look at the impacts of this global economic policy on the state's ability to keep energy costs low. If we don't investigate it, we have no knowledge from which to propose a way forward for New Hampshire. HB 306 is a study bill in the first year of the biennium that asks us to shine more light on the idea that a wider spread cap and trade program might actually bring meaningful cost relief to energy consumers. Would we not undertake any policy that would do this? All we need to do is take a look, and that is what I'm asking for your consideration in passing HB 306 so that we have more information with which to move forward as to what is best for helping keep costs low and to lower costs in the future for energy consumers. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative McGee. I'm sorry to hear you have a cold.
Yeah.
Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Any questions for Representative McGee? Representative Swanson has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGee. the climate impacts or whatever are often mentioned in regard to this, and certainly if indeed the burning of fossil fuels are affecting climate in an adverse manner, perhaps that would be a good basis for promoting this. But I'm wondering, the state passed a tax cut a couple years ago, and now I understand that there are, I'm sure that the Ways and Means and Finance are working on how to finance the state budget going forward. If there is, and this commission is just to do an assessment, if there were a cap or a carbon tax, is there any estimate, or would there be a path forward to getting an estimate of how much revenue it might bring to the state if we could tax something that ultimately we may, we don't want to invest in for the future because we're having trouble finding investors for the long-term future?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we've had bills that were asking us to enact a cap and trade program, a carbon pricing program. That's not what this bill is about, though. This bill is saying we should study what the impacts of the existing market for those people who are currently enacting these programs. We're in North America, and no other country in North America is currently not doing this. And so what we want to look at is what are the implications for us and our energy market based on the fact that we're outside of those price signals. And so what does it make sense for us to do? Does it make sense for us to pursue it? Or are we better off not pursuing it? We don't have those answers. That's what the bill is trying to solve, is to say, what is the best way forward? Because if we claim that we're trying to help keep people's costs low, then we have to be at least aware of the things that are happening around us and how they will affect those costs going forward. So we want to have a study rather than put it off. So we have more information to go forward with.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the representative for her testimony. I'm wondering that given that the underlying science is far from settled, is it not premature to even consider a commission to set up a scheme to trade something that may or may not have an impact? Isn't this just extremely premature?
Again, the committee isn't to study setting it up. The committee is to find out, since 75 countries, including all the other countries in North America, are already setting prices on their energy and us not doing that, we don't know what impact that has on ratepayers in the state. So it's not trying to presume any outcomes, and it's not talking about the science. It's talking about the economic policy in the energy sector that says that folks are starting to build in the externalized costs of pollution to fossil fuel use, and we are not. So what will that do to costs for ratepayers? Is it good for us? Is it not good for us? So it's really more of an economic examination of the reality of what's going on around us. We don't have to agree on climate change to agree that 75 countries are pricing carbon. Does that answer your question? Because I think the question was kind of taking us off base, because we're not discussing whether the science is settled.
The question was simply that is it not premature to set up a commission to study something that may or may not be taking place? Why not set up a nitrogen study commission or a helium study commission?
Carbon pricing is taking place. So again, we're talking past each other, I think. Carbon pricing, 75 countries, including Canada and Mexico, our nearest trading partners, and the rest of North America, they are all pricing carbon. We are not pricing carbon. What is the impact of that on the rates that people in New Hampshire will have to pay? That's what we want to look at.
Okay, I'd remind members that we're here to ask questions to elicit information. We don't want to have any debates at this point in time. Representative Kaplan.
Oh, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGee, for testifying on this bill. I'm genuinely curious because I know that you're somebody who thinks a lot about energy issues. And to follow up on Representative Harrington's question, given the fact that we are the only country in North America that doesn't have a carbon pricing mechanism, and given the fact that the European Union, our largest trading partner, besides Canada, also has a carbon pricing mechanism, and given the events of yesterday, do you think that this commission would have more or less importance given yesterday's new administration?
Thank you for the question. I think rather than this bill being premature, I think it's timely. I think with what is going on currently in the energy economy globally, we owe it to our constituents to understand what it means for ratepayers here in New Hampshire. It's not talking about adopting it. It's talking about, even if we don't adopt it, we still may have impacts for not participating. We should understand those, and they can help inform us in terms of policies for the second year of the biennium.
Okay, seeing no further questions for the representative, I'll call on next Mr. Michael Sununu from Newfields, representing himself. Good morning and welcome. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Better? There. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify today on HB 306. I'm here representing myself. I have attached a copy of a presentation I made to the New Hampshire BIA years ago on the carbon tax and important issues that, taken as a whole, should steer this committee away from approving HB 306. I updated the figures in that presentation on page 14 to indicate the most recent year of energy consumption in the state and how an example of a $40 per ton carbon tax would cost consumers. As noted in that material, though, the potential for raising taxes on pretty much every family and business in the state to the tune of at least $500 million a year at that level, there's a poor track record of legislatures keeping to the commitments of how these funds would be used. The state, as well as many other states, regularly try to raid clean energy funds and grab that money. In addition, the inevitable ratcheting up of taxes happens. We see it going on in places that have enacted carbon taxes, like Canada, that was just mentioned. More importantly, the results of these types of taxes always fall on families and businesses, no matter what good intentions are put in place by our legislators. There's often flowery language that insists that companies should not be allowed to pass these costs on to consumers. But statements like that, in my opinion, are a tacit acknowledgement that they're going to be passed on to consumers. That's how the world works. Beyond the issues raised in that material, I suggest that members of this committee look at the economics of imposing a carbon tax, with the best example right across the border in Canada. Canada as a whole passed a carbon tax in 2019. And while they started the tax at $20 per metric ton for CO2, it's already risen to $80 per ton in 5 short years. That's quadrupling the price. While the Canadian government implemented rebates in order to sell the idea of a broad-based carbon tax, the economic reality is that families are paying hundreds of dollars a year in higher taxes because of the policy. A recent review of the numbers published by the Parliamentary Budget Office in Canada that was done by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation found that the carbon tax will cost the average household in Canada between $402 and $847 in 2023, even after the rebates. Looking at the projections from the PBO, it's only going to get worse for families in Canada over the next 5 to 10 years. As a result, there's been major political backlash against the Liberal government driven by taxpayer revolt over the carbon tax. It's reached the point where the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, had to resign. The Liberal Party has been torn apart, and they'll likely face massive losses in the upcoming elections. This is a lesson of the economic and political realities of a carbon tax. In fact, New York State Governor Hochul just announced that she is going to delay the state from considering her cap and invest program. And just this past week, the largest party in the European Parliament announced that they are going to put their carbon import tax on hold. These are the political realities. It is not that everybody's rushing to enact carbon taxes. They're actually moving away from it on a global basis. Lastly, let me address a question that comes up with legislation like HB 306, which just establishes commissions. Right? There are dozens of organizations in this state, in the region, or nationally that advocate on a regular basis for a carbon tax. Many of these organizations receive millions of dollars every year. As just one example, 350.org, which is a huge advocate for eliminating fossil fuels and imposing policies like a carbon tax, for their 2022 tax year reported $20 million in revenues in that year and has almost $15 million of assets on its books. Why can't organizations that are in favor of this type of activity form their own commissions? Invite elected officials to serve on the commission, ask experts to testify before their commission, and have their commission put out recommendations. In my opinion, it is because they want the imprimatur of a state government on its actions and recommendations. These commissions are almost always populated with individuals who are already active in the policy area that they're created to study. Rarely do they cover new ground or provide insightful analysis. They typically rehash existing materials and put out pages and pages and pages of recommendations. But since they're state endorsed commissions, it's inevitable that some of these recommendations find their way into influencing regulatory policymaking, regardless of whether the legislature moves forward or not. A great example of this is the New Hampshire Coastal Risks and Hazards Commission. This was established by SB 163, I think 11 years ago. And it specifically stated that the commission shall annually report its findings and any recommendations for proposed legislation to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, the House Clerk, the Senate Clerk, the Governor, and the State Library. The idea of this commission, at least as I recall in the debate around it, was to provide guidance to the General Court and the Governor for what should be done, if anything about coastal flooding. But as could have been predicted back then, the pages and pages and pages of recommendations by the commission rarely were adopted as legislation. But much of it is being adopted but unseen by the general public, and I would guess unseen by many members of this committee. Rules and policies are being made within DES, DOT, regional planning authorities, and other organizations which get around the difficulty of enacting legislation by just quietly injecting restrictions on development, imposing unjustified new building codes, adopting onerous infrastructure requirements, and people wonder why there's a housing crisis in this state. Based on these reasons, I urge you all to reject HB 306. Thank you all. Now I'll take any questions.
Excuse me. So Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, carbon pricing has been around for a long time, and with so many countries using it, does your research show that the overall temperature of the world has come down, or that the emissions have decreased significantly by these countries using that method?
So I don't think this legislation certainly doesn't, I think, address that particular issue, and I don't want to take the committee's time up to debate that. But let me just say that we do have a form of carbon tax in the state, and that's RGGI, right? RGGI is a form of regulation on carbon emissions from power generators, and it's imposed across the state and the region as a whole. I will say this, the Northeast, where RGGI exists, and places like California that has something similar to RGGI in terms of carbon trading, they have the highest energy costs in the country. The states that have imposed this have high energy costs. So I think that should be a serious concern when you're looking at even considering or debating the idea of a carbon tax.
One additional question before I let you go. I understand that you serve as a selectman in your town of Newfields.
That's correct. I've been there 9 years.
Do you think studying a carbon tax would be important for the members of your community?
Well, let me say this. So, a carbon tax at the end of the day is really a tax on energy. And from the perspective of somebody on the local level at a select board, I served as a welfare officer in Newfields for years. And the concern, the issue that we had to most often deal with as a welfare officer is energy costs for low-income families who live there. And in the winter, facing huge electricity bills, heating oil problems. And so this certainly, I think a carbon tax would exacerbate that. And let me just say, in addition, as a small community, we're constantly looking for development of our commercial manufacturers. We have a large manufacturer in town. They provide a lot of taxes. and that helps alleviate property taxes for the families in town. Higher energy costs are what drive businesses, industries out of this state. We've seen it happen on numerous occasions, right? 6 Hour expanded in Arkansas because the energy prices up here are too high. I think it would be crippling for my town to lose Hutchinson Sealing Systems because energy costs get too high. And a carbon tax is going to make energy costs more expensive for businesses like that. And at the end of the day, they'll leave, and the other families in town are going to have to pick up the benefit of the property taxes that they pay.
Thank you. Additional questions? Representative Bernardi has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sununu, you started off mentioning you updated a document on page 14.
I'm sorry. I forwarded this to the chairman with my testimony. This was a presentation I did to the New Hampshire BIA about 7 or 8 years ago that contains a lot of data on carbon taxes. I sent it in PDF format. I apologize. I didn't realize that you as members didn't get it. The key aspect of that, just, if it gets circulated and look around, is on page 14. I basically identified the usage of fossil fuels here in the state, and a $40 per ton carbon tax, which is, around what is typically discussed. You're talking about costing, just in New Hampshire, not regionally, but just in New Hampshire, $500 million of additional taxes that would come from a carbon tax. Now, it could be determined to deal with that in a variety of ways. They could spend it on new programs. They could, do a rebate program like they did in Canada. But, that's the key takeaway from this document. And I assume that the chairman will be able to circulate that.
Thank you.
I will do that, and I apologize to the members of the committee for not circulating it last night. I think I got distracted by the Notre Dame Ohio State football game. Any additional questions? Representative Kaplan has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Mr. Sununu. From your testimony, it sounds like not only are you opposed to this bill, but you're opposed to any kind of state commission, any kind of task force, any kind of government attempt at all to deal with the problems of the externalities of the energy system that we're currently under. And so my question to you is a sort of a conceptual question. Would you not agree that the public bearing the cost of those externalities constitutes a subsidy for the fossil fuel companies that would far outweigh the $20 million that you mentioned that a lobbying group such as 350.org enjoys to carry out its operations?
So your question opens up a broader area that I'd be happy to go down, but I don't think the committee probably wants to spend time on that. And that is the evaluation of the externalities versus the benefits that fossil fuels provide for everyday life. I can say for certain that we couldn't hold this hearing today. Nobody could get here today. This room would not be heated. This building wouldn't have been built without fossil fuels. And the evaluation of the externality cost to CO2, there are reams and reams of scientific evidence that say that the benefits far outweigh the costs, the perceived costs of that. Like I said, if we want to have a broader discussion on that, I would be happy to have it. To the other part of your question with respect to commissions, yes, I'm skeptical of most commissions because, as somebody who has been involved in government for going on 30 years, I find most commissions to not really be worth the time and effort. They're mostly headline grabbers, and the product for most of them is not something that can be acted on. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. But again, I think my testimony indicates I am very skeptical of the idea of a commission considering the carbon tax doing anything but promoting a carbon tax.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for, whoops, there is one. Sorry, Representative Swanson. Remember, Representative, we're here to elicit questions to obtain information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sununu, for being here. Just to follow up a little bit, you're concerned about the cost to New Hampshire of potential taxes. I believe, and of course, you indicated opposition to a commission to make a study, but just sort of on from the standpoint of dependence on external energy sources. And you said energy, but I assume you're referring to carbon-based energy as far as their cost factors. If we do not do something, will as far as discouraging or perhaps addressing the amount of carbon-based fuels that the state consumes, does that just further the state of New Hampshire's dependence on external sources? Because I don't think that we produce any fossil fuels internally from New Hampshire, except perhaps, well, I mean, wood is not a fossil fuel, but it's a carbon-based fuel. But would it further our dependence?
You don't have to answer that question because it's not relevant to the bill in front of us. But if you have a quick answer.
I have a real quick answer, which is this is a broader question about macroeconomics. And I would argue that the economic literature over the last several hundred years shows that, I'll go to Adam Smith that references the fact that economies grow and prosper and create value when they are utilizing resources that they can't obtain externally but can provide value externally. And by obtaining cheap, reliable resources of energy in this state, we can generate value, we can create opportunities, we can improve the lives of families and businesses here. And economics says that is actually a good trade-off for those economies that do look at the free market and how it can benefit them.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony here this morning.
Thank you for the committee for giving me the opportunity.
I've received a couple of additional pink cards in the last few minutes, so I'm going to have to lower the time limit from 5 minutes to 4 minutes and call next on Barbara Southard, who is here. She's from Bradford, and she's here representing herself. Good morning, Ms. Southard.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak today. I really appreciate that. What I want to say is that what we need to do is start preparing for our future. It's all about economics, really. Things that are happening in the world today, we can't control that, but we can prepare for it. In the words of Ben Franklin, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. So what is happening in the world that I'm concerned about? Well, starting in 2026, the EU will be imposing a tariff. It's a carbon border adjustment mechanism we call CBAM just for short. And this will be on carbon intensive imports. That's like steel, fertilizer, aluminum, but lots of products will be added to that as time goes on. Now, this has tremendous implications. And it's not because we import all that much from export that much to the EU, but because other countries are going to follow. Countries like, the UK is planning to do it in 2027. Canada's going to be following, and we do lots of trade with them. Australia and many other countries around the world will follow suit. And why would they do that? Because they don't want to pay this tariff. They want the money to go to their own country. And how do they do that? Well, if they have a carbon price, then they don't have to pay that tariff. Well, it depends on how high their carbon price is, because what the EU will do is it will subtract what the exporter has already paid in their own country. So there's a real advantage to having a carbon price. And shoot, you might as well have a border carbon tax while you're doing that. And the thing is that U.S. industries are in a great position for this because their products, for example, steel, which is one of the products that is created in New Hampshire. We have lots of steel companies. When they create this, they create it much more cleanly. And so their carbon emissions per product is much smaller than other countries. It's like 3 times. I mean, China's steel is like 3 times more carbon intensive than ours. So they're at what's called carbon advantage. So what's going to happen is industries are going to, they're going to start saying, hey, let's have a carbon price and let's do a border carbon adjustment mechanism. That's what they're going to say. Even though we have Trump, who's obviously not really pro this kind of thing. He's build a drill, baby, drill. We know that. But industries are going to say, hey, we don't want to be paying all this. We want to do this domestically, and this is good for our industry. And so what I'm saying is that what we need to do is prepare. How exactly could we prepare? Well, there's a lot of things we could do. First of all, our industries could start trying to be more efficient, and they could start using renewable energy. And we could try to make sure we are using more renewables, more solar, more wind, certainly more wind. We have a great opportunity for that. And businesses would really do much better with that because they wouldn't be paying all this carbon fee. And when I'm talking about carbon fee,
Could you wrap it up, please? Thank you.
Okay. So I really think that we need to provide some leadership with some carbon. I think a carbon fee and dividend right here in New Hampshire would be great. We could provide leadership to the United States, and hopefully they would follow suit. I appreciate your listening. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for testifying this morning, and I'm going to call next on Dr. Stephen Clow from Bedford to represent himself and give us some testimony. Thank you. We're down to 4 minutes. I might have to lower that to 3 minutes if I keep getting a dribble of pink cards here.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Stephen Clow. I passed out my resume if you'd like to see my credentials. I'm currently retired from a long career as a risk assessor evaluating impacts to human and ecological health. My job was essentially to determine the relative risks of industrial emissions on human health and wildlife. And my clients covered many different industrial sectors, and I worked in many states with many types of state and federal regulatory agencies, as I spoke to you last week. I am here to voice strong opposition to HB 306, which attempts to modify RSA 12A to establish a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of carbon pricing mechanisms in New Hampshire. I'm an environmental scientist, so I can speak to the underlying causes and effects that give rise to the perceived economic losses that I believe will ensue from what, in my professional judgment, would be the irresponsible formation of a commission to study a mechanism to punitively put a price on carbon, an abundant element in our periodic table that is obviously a necessary building block for life on this earth. I can speak to what I professionally conclude to be potential environmental impacts of this fundamental elemental building block. Pricing carbon in its many bonded forms cannot be measured. The argument for carbon pricing is fundamentally flawed for the following reasons. The first fundamental flaw is that the authors of this New Hampshire-centric bill endorse the fantasy that human effort can somehow put a dent in the atmospheric budget for carbon dioxide within the state of New Hampshire. I provided testimony last week on HB 106, which outlined the futility of ascribing carbon dioxide as a driving variable for climate change, let alone the senselessness of trying to allocate costs for this environmental charade. Everyone needs to understand what a minute portion of the atmosphere is represented by carbon dioxide, the answer being 0.04%. That's up from the baseline of 0.03% over the last 50 years. If we get below 0.02%, plant life will alarmingly die off. Trying to sequester carbon and subsequently estimate costs relating to human activity is kind of like trying to control the fly population by handing out fly swatters. Which is a good segue to my second point, and that is the distribution of carbon in and on the planet. I just finished teaching my 4th grade students about the carbon cycle. As you know, we breathe in oxygen and breathe out CO2, while plants breathe in CO2 and breathe out oxygen. The plants turn the CO2 through photosynthetic processes into cellulose and oxygen. Humans turn cellulose and oxygen into CO2. The balance between the two will naturally shift based on the distribution of the two, resulting in a greener planet. It is a known fact that most of the U.S., including New Hampshire, is markedly greener than it was 100 years ago. We don't need humans to balance carbon in the atmosphere, let alone conjure credits as a hidden existence tax on New Hampshire citizens. Carbon sequestration, in my professional opinion, is a fool's errand, and any associated tax would also be foolishness. My third and final point is to highlight the unintended sources of carbon, however harmless they may be, that cancel out any efforts that the suggested commissions may be attempting to engineer at society's expense. For example, the state of California has spent untold billions tearing down dams, which generate a lot of electricity, by the way, to protect a small fish. But as we just witnessed, the brush-fueled fires in Los Angeles that have resulted from a host of mismanaged environmental programs essentially cancel out decades of potential carbon credits by pumping millions of tons of carbon into the atmosphere. I'll just skip over the last point here. I was talking about the senselessness of EV batteries and the fires at the EV battery facility last week that they let burn uncontrolled for days. And you're talking about trying to conserve energy through that mechanism is futile. And I'll just conclude that my opposition to 306 is based on my professional experiences spanning 30 years in the field of environmental science, which I would point out hasn't seen one single prediction made to the hyper-politicized scientific consensus builders come true. I strongly feel that any such commission would be a house built on a foundation of shifting sand, which, like California, could be washed away due to short-sighted regulatory policies. I thank you all for this opportunity to speak, and I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Questions? Representative Nutter has one.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. Could you tell me what the difference is between the terms fossil fuel and hydrocarbons?
Well, fossil fuels, hydrocarbons cover anything organic. Anything with carbon in it or carbon attached to another moiety is a hydrocarbon. A fossil fuel, in my definition, is something that is pulled out of the ground that was originally generated from decaying fossils, which would be coal, gas, oil, that type of thing.
Follow up?
And thank you for the follow-up question. Well, we hear carbon.
Yeah.
Is it carbon or is it carbon dioxide, which is good for plants?
Well, carbon dioxide, I think, is used as a proxy for carbon credits. And as I testified last week, carbon dioxide doesn't amount to a hill of beans as far as what affects any potential warming on this planet. I'm not sure that answers your question, but.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clough, for coming in this morning. Mr. Clough, you're somebody who mentions quite a bit in your testimony that you are a professional, that you mentioned 3 times that this is a professional opinion of yours as a risk assessor. And so I find it quite curious that you feel that it's futile to measure the impacts of carbon in the atmosphere, which is something called the greenhouse effect, which has been studied since at least the 17th century. and also attribute the fires in California to mismanagement, which seems a controversial and unscientific opinion. And so my question to you is, how do you account for the fact that the vast majority and the preponderance of scientific evidence points to carbon in the atmosphere as having an impact on our climate? Do you think it's a conspiracy, or where does the IPCC
testified
You don't have to answer that question. We're not here to have a broad discussion about climate change. We're here to discuss House Bill 306, which sets up a commission to study the impact of carbon pricing. So please confine your questions to
I
that
agree with you,
subject.
Mr. Chair, and I pardon me for broadening the question out, but I felt like the testimony we're hearing is wide-ranging and wildly off base in terms of this bill. So I'm just trying to respond to the testimony that we heard.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I would like to get back to the subject matter of this bill and ask you, given all of the information that is available from probably thousands of sources, what do you think this commission could solve or come up with in terms of the economic impact to the state of New Hampshire, given the subject matter?
Well, as I testified last week, I think we are putting the cart in front of the horse. Even if you believe in the whole greenhouse gas paradigm, we're putting the cart before the horse. There's no information to go on to create this commission. It's premature.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clow, for being here with us today. My question is whether you believe that there are carbon markets, because the bill is about studying whether those carbon markets are going to affect the pricing of what people pay here in New Hampshire for us to be better informed. So do you believe that we have carbon markets?
Well, carbon markets exist, but as Mr. Sununu testified, they don't work, in my public opinion, in my own professional opinion.
But we still have to deal with them because they exist, right?
I don't think you have to deal with them. The state of New Hampshire doesn't have to deal with them. You know, I'm not an economics professor. I'm a scientist. I deal with the science, so I'm not sure I can address your question. But in my own personal opinion, I don't think that we need to deal with carbon markets and carbon trading as a state to put an undue tax on the residents, trying to manipulate the shenanigans between different energy industries.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And now we're going to shift gears a little bit. I'm going to call on Megan Stone, representing the New Hampshire Department of Energy, to give us her interpretation of the usefulness of House Bill 306. Good morning, Ms. Stone, and congratulations on your new job at the Department of Energy.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Stone, and I'm the legislative liaison with the Department of Energy. I will be extremely quick because I did pass out a letter. I partially just wanted to introduce myself to you all. The Department of Energy is neutral on this bill. However, should the committee move forward, we just ask that you consider an amendment to add the department as a member of the commission. Given the department's role as a regulator and its statutory mandate to defend the public interest in the PUC filings made by both electric distribution companies and natural gas companies, we just think that it would be important to include the department and for us to be part of the conversation.
Great. Well, thank you very much for
Thank you.
For that. Do we have a question? Representative McGee apparently does.
I do, because when I looked at this bill, I noticed that the commission was seeking to complete its work by November of 2025 and submit a report to the normal suspects. If the department were involved in this, when I first looked at that, I thought that there might be required a longer time frame because oftentimes these bills are not signed until the summer. So the question to you is, looking at the description of what the committee will consider, would the department think that that date for a turnaround time on the report from the commission be adequate in November?
I believe it should, but let me get back to you on that. I should get back to you on today on that.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stone.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to future visits from you to the committee. Next up is Donna Reardon, who didn't list her time, but her town rather, but she's here to represent Mary Beth Raven. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm a resident of Concord.
Concord. Okay, thank you.
And Mary Beth is a resident of Merrimack, and she has online. You have a copy of what I'm reading for her. It was online when she registered, and I apologize for not bringing copies. This is from Mary Beth Raven. My name is Mary Beth Raven, and I've had the privilege of living in Merrimack for over 30 years. As residents of New Hampshire, we are all aware that misinformation can spread easily, whether through social media, news outlets, or other sources. In this environment, it's more important than ever to ensure we have access to clear, balanced, and reliable information about important issues such as the potential impact of carbon pricing mechanisms. One approach to obtaining this information is to commission a bipartisan study. We know from past experience that this is something our community supports. In 2020, I was proud to help organize a warrant article that was placed on the ballot in Merrimack. The article, entitled New Hampshire Resolution to Take Action on Climate Pollution, called on both state and federal elected officials to study carbon pricing mechanisms. The overwhelming support for this article, which passed with 2,152 votes in favor and 1,115 votes against, shows that this issue has broad backing in our town of Merrimack. Two of the members of the STE committee, Representatives Nodder and Thomas, are from Merrimack, and I trust they will honor their commitment to represent the wishes of their constituents. Our town has spoken, and we want this study. I encourage all members of the committee to support this initiative. The cost would be minimal, primarily covering mileage reimbursement for committee members. The value of this study, however, would be significant. It would provide us with credible, nonpartisan information that can help us address an important challenge in our state. At the end of the day, this is about working together to make informed decisions that benefit all of us. What do we stand to lose by coming together for the greater good? Further note she had was 37 towns have already done carbon pricing. And thank you from Mary Beth Raven, as I think many people here probably know her. I also wanted to say that I agree with what she's saying, and from the years that I've been listening and meeting some of the SDA members, I trust that you would want to hear both sides and get as much information as you can to make a good decision, and hopefully you'll listen to the public. May
Okay.
I just make for myself something that was in today's Concord Monitor that I would like to share? I won't read it, and I have a copy of one of the articles, and I'll just mention the other one. It should only take a minute. Is that okay?
Go ahead, quickly, please.
Okay, yes. Today's Concord Monitor, on the cover, Granite Geek, whom you may know, going electric makes sense with trash, like with cars, but who's going to pay? I suggest that you read this. It's very interesting. I learned from this as well that the electric, if there's a gentleman in Canterbury who sponsored a petition to spend $60,000 for an electric trash compactor. And it was an easy and cheap And if that can go through, then hopefully it'll be a good role model for other things that'll work. And you can read this for yourself, but basically it's cheaper for them with the electric when they're replacing to get the electric trash compactor because it saves them a lot of time and effort also and money for the
Okay. Thank you for
and
that
the other
reference.
one is, I'll just read you the title. It's What Will It Take to Commit to a Sustainable Energy Future? And it talks about the grid and how we need some wind power at night because that's when we can save the most on our electricity, so we won't have brownouts or blackouts, et cetera. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Dan Hooperman. Okay, he waves off.
Could we give that time to John Gage?
If we have time, we'll see. So next up is Susan Richmond.
Chairman Vose and representatives of this committee, I'm Susan Richmond. Thank you for your time. Before I do my, I think, brief remarks, I'd just like to answer a couple comments. So, Mr. Vose, Chairman Vose, you had mentioned, does this make a difference to municipalities? I'm on the Trash Advisory Committee in Durham, and in fact, yes, it does. We needed to buy new garbage trucks, which are hugely expensive, and we're planning to get diesel, and then did further study and realized, looking at projections of what costs would be, it made more sense to get an EV trash truck, garbage truck. And actually, we didn't get two. We were hoping to get two, and we realized that logistically it would be hard to recharge. So that was not just an ideological go whole hog. It was really a considered opinion. So I believe that any kind of knowing about the possibility of carbon pricing helps with any municipal or government procurement and with business decisions. So it's just a wise piece of information. Also, as regarding Representative Harrington, you'd asked, why are we even looking at this given the direction that the Trump administration is going in? My understanding is Elon Musk actually is in favor of carbon pricing, and who knows what's going to happen with tariffs worldwide. But up until this moment, Europe had been planning, and Canada, to put that carbon border adjustment on our products. So again, it would affect business in the U.S. if we had a kind of border carbon adjustment. And that's a complicated concept. So thank goodness there could be a study of that. Last comment, the presumption from Michael Sununu that any carbon fee automatically is robbing customers is bizarre, because in so many places that carbon fee, whatever money is collected, is just turned around and returned to households. And it's simply a matter of how you set up the bill. It is not preordained. Ideally, what I've heard in the United States is that any kind of carbon fee would be revenue neutral, that enough would be taken off to pay the administrative fees, about 5%, 1% to 5%, more the first couple of years and then nothing. And then households would get money back. And so that has been the experience in Canada. I'm not sure that Trudeau stepping down is entirely the story of what happened with carbon fee in Canada. My understanding is that a Canadian carbon pricing system, which has been in place for 6 years, under that, their economy has increased. 80% of Canadians receive more in climate action incentives than they pay in increased energy costs, and their increased disposable income then contributes to a rising GNP, and at the same time, carbon emissions have decreased. So there's an organization called Regional Economic Modeling, Inc., or REMI for short. They've provided analysis to both governmental bodies and to fossil fuel corporations. So they are politically ideologically neutral. And Remy conducted a study on the effect of a revenue neutral carbon price on the American economy. In other words, it would cost the government nothing. And that same kind of giving the money back to households. Remy's analysis found no economic argument against fee and dividend. It creates jobs, grows the economy, saves lives, and makes Americans richer. So I'm sharing with you graphs showing increase in family income, which results in the addition of 2.8 million jobs over 9 years, because suddenly people can afford health care, because that's where most of the money ends up, and that's where most of the new jobs are, an increase in national GDP, and then the avoidance of 230,000 premature deaths due to reduction in air pollutants that often accompany emissions. So you'll see all those graphs in the stuff that I am handing you. And I gave Representative Thomas a statement from a number of, I think over 3,000 worldwide economists of both parties supporting this as a economically viable and practical solution. Thanks so much for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Richmond? Seeing none, we'll turn to the last speaker of the day, and that is Mr. John Gage of Wyndham, representing himself. And Mr. Gage, you have 4 minutes.
I get 4 more minutes from.
No, we have a caucus that we need to get to, so 4 minutes we'll have to do. I'll tell you what, I'll compromise and give you 5. How's that?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman Bose, and thank you, Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, for hearing my testimony today. I'm John Gage. I'm testifying on behalf of myself today, but I am the state coordinator of Citizens Climate Lobby in New Hampshire, a national nonpartisan organization that's working to create the political will to enable Congress to pass carbon fee and dividend legislation. But that's not what we're talking about here today. However, it is what gives me a lot of experience. I've been a volunteer for 9 years. I left my job 6 years ago to volunteer full-time. So I've studied this subject. I've been in Congress lobbying for carbon fee and dividend over 60 times. And I want to share what I've learned as a citizen volunteer for federal carbon pricing to help my state prepare for what I think is inevitable. Carbon pricing is spreading around the world. It's tripled in the last 12 or 15 years. Prices are rising. The EU prices tripled in the last 10 years or so. And Canada is rising. Their carbon fee and dividend bill is increasing by $15 per ton a year, which is why it's going up. It's going up to send a stronger and stronger price signal. Most of the money, 90%, is going back to households, and 80% of the families are coming out ahead. So what is New Hampshire doing, given that carbon pricing now covers 24% of global fossil fuel production? Countries' prices are rising, and border carbon adjustments are starting next year. I checked AI, and it said, no, the EU carbon border adjustment is not put on hold. It's only in phase 1 right now, which is on paper. The countries, exporters of free polluting countries have to calculate on paper what their carbon emissions are and what it would cost at the border to put products into the EU marketplace. The price starts in 2026, January. U.S. exporters of steel, aluminum, cement, plastics will start paying the EU carbon price next year. The UK starts the following year, Japan after that, Australia and Canada are looking at it. The United States is the only developed country in the world that doesn't have a carbon price. So we're not a leader in this. But this is what is the most cost-effective way to incentivize investment and innovation in a clean energy world. If we want to lead the country like we did in space and computers and the internet, we need a market that incorporates the cost of polluting into the price of goods so that we get an efficient market and investors and businesses can make fully formed decisions. How can the state make fully informed decisions? We can anticipate a future carbon price today. And that's what this That's what this study is for. Check out the likelihood of a federal carbon price, about when we expect it to start, about what price we expect. These are all things that you know if you live in the carbon world that I inhabit. And when we're making state decisions about how should we heat our state buildings, what should we use for transportation, we don't have to ban anything, but we should anticipate a price on pollution in the future when we're buying something that's going to be in service for 20 or 40 years. Otherwise, when there is a federal carbon price, we will find that we're stuck with stranded assets, which would have been prevented. They are preventable right now. And this study is how to do that. Simply asking, please take a look at, let's evaluate the likelihood of a carbon price, the impacts on New Hampshire, and steps we can take here to do proper risk management. It might not be a 100% chance, but businesses, hundreds of businesses and some states are already doing this. Anticipating a future carbon price and the decisions they're making now to be strategic, to save taxpayer dollars. And somebody asked, what can we do about businesses? They're probably not paying attention to global carbon markets. The state can let them, inform them. This study can be a blueprint. Here's what we know, what's going on. We've checked it out. We've had the BIA and Clean Energy New Hampshire and legislators from both parties, and we've looked at the World Bank State and Trends of Carbon Pricing Report. We've looked at what's going on in Congress. We've thought about how we manage our state, and this is our best advice for properly handling the potential for a federal carbon price in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Gage? Representative Corman has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gage, for being here. You said that carbon pricing is the most cost-effective way to reduce carbon, and I know that Citizens Climate Lobby is very big on that mechanism. What's the basis for that opinion?
Yeah, sure. There was a recent study that looked at all of the countries, their climate policies, and many of them did not produce very much results. The successful countries in reducing emissions were the ones that had carbon pricing included in their policy mix. I can forward you that report after this meeting. But it's not only the most cost effective, it is very powerful. And there was a question about whether carbon pricing works. It depends on the price, obviously. If RGGI had a price of $5 per ton of CO2 for 10 years, that's not a significant price signal to drive change. If when RGGI went in, they had instead done a carbon fee and dividend, which rises by $10 per ton of CO2 a year, we would have a carbon price of $100 per ton now, which is a significant price signal, which is more than the EU or Canada has. And the coal plant in Bow would have been stopped 5 years ago because it would have been uncompetitive in providing electricity to the grid. So it is the most powerful, cost-effective, and efficient and comprehensive, because instead of picking one particular technology or regulation to impose, it simply sends a price signal through the whole economy. But that's, it works. The main point, though, is it's happening, spreading, and U.S. exporters are going to start paying it to more and more countries. So this commission, the study commission, is to say, look, we're probably going to end up paying a carbon price at some point. What should we do now to make the best of, to do risk assessment, but make the best of it if it happens? We know what those things are, but we could produce a report and advise our businesses, our state leaders, share information that is really fundamental to managing the economy of New Hampshire.
Okay, additional questions? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Gage, for being here. Notwithstanding what you just said about Reggie and the low $5 per ton price that it started out with, we had testimony and were given graphs last week by folks from the utilities and the ISO New England that showed over the last 15 years since the advent of Reggie that the much lower carbon fuel, natural gas fired power plants have steadily gained market share in the region, and that the coal and oil fired power plants have essentially been driven out. Do you think that Reggie is a good demonstration of the power of even subtle price signals to change the carbon intensity of an economy?
I do. It was a good regional regional effort. The problem with pricing carbon at a state or regional level is you can't do the border carbon adjustment. And so your businesses have a competitive disadvantage in the cost of production and energy generally. I heard earlier somebody said a carbon tax is a tax on energy. That is completely wrong. That's a fossil fuel talking point. A carbon fee is a polluter's fee. So those energy sources that don't pollute carbon don't pay the fee. It's a fee on polluters. It's not a tax on energy. That is a tactic that we keep hearing over and over again to scare us from doing something that would not be good for the fossil fuel industry. But this is in our best interest. I just wanted to mention there's a two-faced game the fossil fuel industry plays. The first handout that I gave you is a list of quotes from websites today from fossil fuel producers, oil and gas, saying we accept the science of climate change from our pollution, and we support carbon pricing because it's the economist's gold standard way to reduce this pollution.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gage, for coming in again this morning. I actually have a two-part question. The first one is a simple yes or no. Do you find it as interesting as I do that this carbon pricing mechanism was originally a Republican idea based on the principle that the market should be the deciding factor in determining our energy mix? And secondly, how do you account for the fact that it's become such a partisan issue?
Okay, the first part, right. James Baker and George Shultz came out with a steadily rising carbon fee, rebate all the money back to households, and use a border adjustment to protect U.S. producers as well as hold other free polluting countries accountable. So yes, I do think that's important to note. This is a business-friendly conservative approach that we're trying to get Congress to do. From the state perspective, however carbon pricing happens is tough to say. The Treasury Secretary nominee of President Trump is
Mr. Gage,
Scott
thank you.
Bessent.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering
Sorry.
that question, but it's not
Sorry, what was
directly related to the subject of the bill.
What was the second
which
part?
is a study commission, which is determined to be quite expensive. So, Representative McGee.
How about the second part of my question? Could you try to answer that? I mean,
Was there a second part?
there was, yeah.
Go ahead.
How do you account for the fact that a carbon pricing mechanism has become so politicized and so partisan?
Yeah,
That
well,
has nothing to do with the bill.
I can just say
I
it
don't
in
think
two
we need to
sentences.
discuss that.
Senator White
Representative
has,
McGee, do you have a question that's relevant to the bill?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Gage, for coming out again. From your testimony and also from what you've presented here, would you be able to answer the question of whether you think there is a need for us? It seems like there are lots of questions and also lots of opinions from people about what we could and couldn't be doing, should and shouldn't be doing. But what it leads me to believe is that we don't have enough answers amongst us here in order to be doing the business of the state, which is making decisions around things like pricing for whether it's RPS pricing or Reggie pricing, that type of thing. We can't really participate in those debates, and we can't be making good decisions if we don't have more information than we do today. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. There are some good bills this
Okay, you answered the
session.
question. We
The proxy
appreciate that.
carbon pricing bill.
We appreciate your being here, and I think it's time to move on. We have other business to conduct. We all need to be back here at 1 o'clock for another public hearing. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 306 and encourage you to enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, can we get the blue sheet and online numbers, please?
Yes, the online number is support 111, oppose 5. And Representative Cloget, if you could give us the blue sheet numbers.
Thank you, Representative Volz. Could I get them after lunch?
Okay, we'll get those for you after lunch.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you repeat those numbers?
111 to 5.
Thank you.
Could you take your seats, please? We will begin momentarily. Okay, time to resume our activity here this afternoon. Science, Technology, and Energy for the 21st. Okay. Yeah, we've had that issue in the past, and I don't remember what we did about it. Do you remember?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you put it back further, that would help. But then you, last term, you told me we weren't allowed to touch that. We've got to call somebody. from the
That's true. That is true. That is
I
true.
think that they're just sort of up here.
All right, we're going to have to live with it for now. Okay. All right, let's get started here. So we are, I've just opened a public hearing on House Bill 95-FN, requiring the New Hampshire Electric Co-op to regularly file a certificate of deregulation with the Public Utilities Commission. And I want to call on the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Wendy Thomas, to introduce the bill to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 95. First, a certificate of deregulation is a formal document or legal acknowledgement issued by a governing authority that signifies an entity, such as an electric utility or cooperative, operates under a deregulated framework. In the context of electricity markets, it typically means the utility or cooperative is not bound by certain regulatory requirements such as price controls or service obligations that apply to fully regulated entities. Instead, it may function in a competitive marketplace, allowing customers more choice and flexibility. The last time the New Hampshire Electric Co-op filed a certificate of deregulation was 24 years ago. Requiring the New Hampshire Co-op to file a certificate of deregulation every 3 years could be beneficial for its members for several reasons. Filing a certificate ensures that the cooperative regularly reviews its regulatory status and communicates its operational choices to members. This promotes transparency, allowing members to understand how decisions align with their interests. Being unregulated has served the co-op well, and while I don't anticipate any change to that status, the members have a right to be heard with regard to the direction that the co-op is heading. As a cooperative, NHEC is member-owned. Regularly filing the certificate ensures that the leadership remains accountable to its members by providing them with consistent updates on the organization's structure and regulatory alignment. Electric markets and regulations evolve over time. A triennial review and filing process encourage the cooperative to reassess whether deregulation continues to be the best approach for its members, given current market conditions. The filing process could include member consultations, giving members a say in whether deregulation aligns with their needs. This strengthens democratic participation within the cooperative. By mandating regular reviews, the bill ensures that the co-op is not locked into a regulatory model that may no longer serve its members' best interests, providing a safeguard against decisions that could negatively impact rates or service quality. With advances in renewable energy, energy storage, and grid technologies, the cooperative must adapt to maintain affordability and reliability. Requiring periodic reevaluation ensures the cooperative's regulatory framework remains suitable for the evolving energy landscape. The recurring requirement promotes a culture of long-term planning and strategic thinking within the cooperative, benefiting members by fostering consistent efforts to optimize operations and costs. This is not in any way a punitive request. Instead, it is a transparency request so that all co-op members can remain on the same page. By supporting this bill, members and stakeholders ensure that the cooperative remains aligned with its mission to provide reliable and affordable electricity while adapting to the needs of its membership and market changes. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. One quick question. Are you a member of the co-op?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did the New England Co-op request this bill?
No.
Follow up? And is there an issue that you discovered that resulted in this bill being required to submit for maybe some unknown issue that didn't exist or you weren't aware of?
The idea for the bill came from a column that was written by our consumer advocate, identifying that the last time the regulations had been filed were 24 years ago, and there was a little bump with the board members either last year or the year before.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is around the cycle for 3 years, if there's a reason for that, or if it could be, 5 years, or how'd you come up with 3?
Hey, Google, what's the average term of a board member? So 3 years is the average term of a board member across the board. I didn't mean to say that. That's the average term, and so that's why that time frame is in there.
All right, seeing no more questions, we want to thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Next, we'll hear from the New Hampshire Electric Co-op, and I'll call Mr. Michael Jennings, who is a member of the co-op's regulatory regime, and William Darcy, who is the chairman of the board of the co-op. So, gentlemen, please let us know what you think of this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Vose and honorable members of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. I am Michael Jennings. I am the interim president and CEO, and with me today I have William Darcy, the chair of our board of directors. I am here today to testify in opposition of House Bill 95. So the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative opposes House Bill 95 because we see it as unnecessary, and it could add additional costs to both ratepayers and members of the cooperative. As we discussed last week, NHEC is different than the other utilities. We were founded in 1939 to provide electric service to the most rural and underserved parts of New Hampshire that the for-profit utilities wouldn't serve. So we're a nonprofit that is democratically controlled by its members who directly elect our board of directors. Our members are the owners of the system, and we in return operating margins to our membership in the form of capital credits. As a cooperative, we exist to meet the needs of our members, and as a result, New Hampshire Broadband LLC is the for-profit wholly owned subsidiary we created in 2020 in direct response to that membership. We oppose House Bill 95 for the following reasons. Firstly, that the members of the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative already possess the ability to choose whether or not to be regulated. Members of NHEC affirmed their desire to be deregulated in June 2000 and currently possess the authority as a democratically controlled organization to reaffirm that choice or choose otherwise via bylaw petition during our annual election. Secondly, it's important to remember that our members overwhelmingly supported our deregulation. So NHEC exists to serve its members who have been very clear about their views on this issue. When this issue was last raised at our annual meeting in 2000, nearly 95% of the membership voted to stay or to become deregulated. Also, the proposed legislation could cost New Hampshire ratepayers an estimated $605,000. If the cooperative failed to file that certificate of deregulation, this bill would make NHEC subject to regulation by the PUC, and the PUC estimates it would cost an additional $605,000 to hire additional staff to meet this obligation. If the cooperative filed a certificate of deregulation, it would add costs to members in terms of the annual election as well. So in order to reaffirm the certificate of deregulation, the cooperative would need to spend additional money and encourage a supermajority vote of its members at an election every 3 years. These costs would unfortunately be borne by members of the cooperative. It would also increase costs to the cooperative members if we became regulated by the PUC. The $605,000 was related to the PUC costs. The New Hampshire Electric Cooperative would also have to hire additional staff at a very considerable cost as well to work with the Public Utilities Commission, a cost that would also have to be borne by the members of the cooperative. And lastly, regulation by the PUC would stifle the ability of the cooperative to be responsive to its members. NHEC has demonstrated numerous times over the years an ability to be nimble and innovative on a variety of matters, including power purchases, time of day use rates by members, and New Hampshire broadband. Regulation by the PUC would hamper this ability to be innovative and flexible. The decision to provide broadband is just another example of how the cooperative has been innovative over the years, since most regulated electric utilities have not even stepped foot into that business. And I will hand it over to Bill as well.
Thank you, Chairman Vos and members of the committee. I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative. I'm also chair of their broadband subsidiary, New Hampshire Broadband. I've never appeared before you, so I want to give you a little introduction. In addition to those positions, I'm chair of the Town of Benton's Board of Selectmen. Most people don't know where Benton is. It's so small that we don't even have a staff, so I'm also the de facto town manager. Most people don't know where it is, but hikers do, because it's the home of Mount Moosilauke, which is the westernmost 4,000 footer in New Hampshire. I wanted to supplement Mike's testimony, which has most of the points, by pointing out a number of things about this, but I did want to go back. I do have some regulatory background. Back in Connecticut, where I came, I was a consumer advocate for a number of years under an odd statute that had me representing only electric and telecommunications customers. I then became director of regulation for the Connecticut PUC in charge of electric, telephone, water, and gas customers. The important thing about regulation is, I think, and one of the unintended consequences is Mike noted broadband. In 2020, the members, by petition, it was not did not come from the board of directors, did not come from staff, said, we want to do broadband. We want you to do broadband and provide it to members. What happened is that passed with a 64% vote of members. The very next meeting of the board of directors after that election, the board decided to obey the will of the members and to get into the broadband business, which was fortuitous because that was the month that Governor Sununu issued an opportunity for grants under what's called the CARES program. The catch was they had to spend the money by the end of the year. So very few people actually stepped up to the bar. NHEC did do that, but if we were regulated, never would have happened because you would have had to go to the PUC, start a proceeding to be able to get an authorization to get into this new risky competitive area, and it never would have happened. And that grant, in our successful execution of that grant, is why NHEC is now providing service to thousands of broadband customers, including myself, in towns which had no chance of getting a cable company or anybody else to be able to provide that service to them. And we would not have even gotten the grants that we got. We got federal grants, we got Northern Border grant, we got a $50 million grant from BEA. It never would have happened unless we established our credentials, our ability to build, execute, and service and provide service. So that's one of the unanticipated consequences of regulation. That never would have happened. Another one that members may recall that a couple of years ago, when energy prices spiked, people looked around and they saw that NHEC actually had lower rates than the regular utilities. So it started an examination. Well, why could this be? Well, what was revealed is we did things differently in two important respects. One is that we had more market exposure, something that none of the other utilities had because they were fixed in a 6-month going out to bid with what's called IBTs, but they're energy marketers. We did that for most of our load as well, but we had a considerable taste of the market, and that caused to suppress the rates. The other thing we did was we had some longer term and midterm contracts. Some people refer to that as laddering. But the combination of that, especially when rates are spiking, is you entered into those earlier contracts when the rates weren't so high. So that had an effect on moderating our rates as well. So I bring that up only because it's an example. If we were regulated, we would have been doing things the way Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty was doing it. Because we weren't regulated, we were able to find a different way and therefore serve as an example to the other utilities and the PUC. We've also had innovations in other areas. We were the first ones in New Hampshire to have smart meters, AMI. We've done some pilot programs in various areas, some success, some failures, but again, it provides an area to look at and say, maybe they did it right, maybe they don't, maybe we ought to look at it. So I think it's valuable that we be deregulated and provide those benefits, I think, to all of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for giving us your perspective on the legislation. Now we'll turn to questions, and Representative Michael Harrington has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Having listened to this, I'm trying to figure out, it seems as if there's a solution that's trying to find a problem. Is there anything that this bill would allow you to do or not to do that you couldn't already do now under your present charter?
No, that is correct. There's nothing additional in this bill that our members can already do already.
Thank you.
More questions. Representative Reynolds has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. in a lot, but not all of your testimony, but a lot of your testimonies seemed to be discussing this bill as if it contains a requirement, as if it's going to require that you become a regulated utility, which you're not now. I wanted to preface my remarks by saying I'm a big admirer of the electric cooperative. Everything that you guys do, not the least of which, in a previous professional life, I worked with the New Hampshire, one of your biggest customers, the North Conway Water Precinct, to install that megawatt of solar. And I was impressed all along in terms of how they were working with you, policies that made that possible. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm an admirer of the co-op, but a lot of your testimony was speaking as if this bill was going to be requiring you to become regulated. And it's not. I mean, plain reading of the bill says that it would require you to go through a process to essentially discuss and certify why you should continue to be unregulated. So in that vein, wouldn't it be possible for you to look at a requirement like this, and perhaps the period, the time period could be changed so that it wasn't 3 years, maybe every 5 years? Wouldn't it provide you an opportunity to essentially brag on yourself and describe, not only for your members, but for the state as a whole, why being unregulated and operating as a cooperative allows you to do many of the things you just talked about, be innovative, ladder your supply contracts, have smart meters, offer your customers time of use rates, all those things that our regulated friends don't seem to be able to do. You could brag on yourselves every 5 years and help inform not just, like I said, your members, but the whole state, this committee, the advantages that you enjoy and the benefits that they have.
Thank you for that question, Representative. I think our reaction is because under existing legislation, both the statutes in place now and our bylaws explicitly give the members the ability to, by filing a petition, to do exactly what this bill requires. In 24 years, we haven't gotten a peep of members suggesting we want you to be regulated. I mean, we haven't got a single petition on that subject. So the reaction that we have by addressing the downsides of regulation is this bill, in essence, says that's not good enough. The will of the members, the legislature, and the governor, by signing this, would be saying, in essence, that we think you should be regulated, because otherwise, the existing power of the members through our own democratic system allows it. So this wouldn't be necessary. As to tooting our own horn, we have monthly newsletters that we send to all members describing what we do for them, encourages conservation, tells them the benefits that we have. We're tooting our horns on a regular basis. We have a whole section of our organization for communications that tell that. So we see the only effect of this is to add costs to us on election and asking the members to do something that they already have the right to do.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for stopping by. Oh, sorry. Representative Floget.
Thank you, Chair. No apologies. That was the last late one. Thank you for being back with us. As a member of the electric co-op, would the PUC, thank you, be involved in what we have now as putting into the next hire for committee to donate to the community, would they be in there involved in that? And would they have been involved with Molten Borough's solar array? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. When you're asking about donating to the community, are you referring to the cooperatives nonprofit portion? Well, not the nonprofit. They're all it's all nonprofit.
Yes, the few cents up to the nearest dollar.
The foundation, the roundup. Thank you. That's a great question. I don't know that I'm prepared to discuss that today on what the implications would be to the extent of the PUC's regulation there. But that is something that the cooperative has had a lot of flexibility to implement due to its deregulated status and being able to give back to the community.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Next, we'd like to hear from the state consumer advocate, Mr. Don Kreis, to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good morning, or good afternoon, actually. Mr. Kreis, nice to have you back.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vose, honorable members of the committee. As you just heard, my name is Donald Kreis, and for almost 9 years now, I've had the honor of serving as this state's consumer advocate. This is my first opportunity to testify this session, so for those of you who might be unfamiliar with me, I lead the very small independent state agency that fights for the interests of the state's residential utility customers. Most of our work happens in connection with cases at the Public Utilities Commission, but not all of it. One area of particular interest to us is the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative, which of course is one of the state's 4 electric utilities, but as you already heard, the only one that is almost completely beyond the scrutiny of the Public Utilities Commission. The reason is that back on June 6, 2000, almost a quarter century ago, and pursuant to what was then a recently enacted statute, the co-op filed what the law refers to as a certificate of deregulation with the commission. In essence, the filing of, and I should say that that certificate was filed because the members of the co-op back in 2000 voted by a supermajority to authorize its filing. In essence, the filing of that certificate means the PUC no longer approves the co-op's rates in terms of service, and the logic for doing that, as you've already heard, is very compelling. The PUC exists to serve as the arbiter of the interests of the utility shareholders and the utility customers. But at an electric co-op, the shareholders and the customers are the same people. The customers themselves, known in cooperative parlance as members, don't just own their utility, they also control it through a board of directors that the members elect. I really love that. I love it as a ratepayer advocate, letting the ratepayers control their own utility without the government getting in the way. I love it as a longtime cooperator. I've served as the president of the board of the nation's second biggest cooperative grocer, which happens to be based right here in New Hampshire. And I've also been the president of the board of the Cooperative Fund of the Northeast, which has lent millions and millions of dollars to co-ops of all types. And I love it as a fan of democracy. So in the name of democracy, House Bill 95 makes a small tweak to the applicable law in the interest of enhancing the hallowed cooperative principle of democratic member control. It has been a long time, a very long time, since the members of the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative have had a chance to vote on whether their co-op is doing a good enough job serving its members that oversight by the PUC isn't necessary. House Bill 95 would require the co-op, if it wants to stay deregulated, to put that question to the co-op membership every 3 years. And yes, you could think whether 3 years is the right period. It makes sense for the reason that Representative Wendy Thomas gave, that it coincides with the average board term. Another period might be 4 years. That coincides with the typical period between rate cases at regulated utilities, or you could use some other period. But you might wonder, why come forward with an idea like this now? That's already been asked. Well, to the alarm of many, the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative has been in the news of late. Last year, in the wake of the co-op's annual board meeting and its annual board election, The two long-serving women on the board, one a former board president and the other a former board vice president, resigned. And they did so rather clamorously, alleging that there was a climate of sexism and bullying in the co-op's boardroom. The co-op's CEO, who happened to be the first woman to serve in that role, praised the two resigning board members for their courage and their integrity, and she has since tendered her resignation after just 2 years on the job. That's why you heard from her male successor this afternoon. That was really troubling to us at the OCA, so I asked the PUC to investigate. The PUC declined, noting correctly that a certificate of deregulation is on file and effective. Why is House Bill 95 a mere tweak? Because current law allows the members of the co-op to ask for a vote on revoking that certificate of deregulation. House Bill 95 would make such a revote automatic every 3 years. Honorable legislators, think about everything that has happened in the electric industry since the co-op filed that certificate of deregulation 25 years ago. Restructuring, distributed generation, community power aggregation, changes in wholesale electricity market. And at the electric co-op, an intriguing but in some circles very controversial foray into rural broadband deployment. And let me just say in response to the testimony I just heard, that regulation by the PUC would not have stopped the electric co-op from operating a broadband subsidiary. It would have assured that electric service doesn't subsidize broadband service or is dragged down by it in the event that broadband service is not financially successful. As somebody who has closely observed and cultivated a good relationship with the electric co-op since I took office, here's my prediction for what will happen if House Bill 95 becomes law. The board and management of the co-op will, every time it comes up, make a persuasive case to the membership that their utility is still worthy of that exemption from PUC oversight, and the members will renew that certificate of deregulation every time the question comes up. But requiring that question to come up periodically will be healthy for this utility and its customers, and it just might serve as a good example for those of us who are not fortunate enough to own the electricity or the electric utility that serves us. I think that's all I have to say, so thank you for hearing my testimony, and of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that Chairman Vose might be willing to entertain.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'd like to just sort of paraphrase your argument in a single sentence, if I could. You think that the turnover in New Hampshire Electric Co-op customers and board members justifies a more frequent endorsement of deregulation?
Yes, actually, that's the point I didn't make, that, but it's sort of implicit, right? I mean, in the last 25 years, there's been enough turnover in the core of members who are dependent on the electric co-op for service, that really relying on a vote that took place in in the spring of 2000 doesn't really represent the current body of New Hampshire Electric Co-op members.
Thank you. Additional questions? Representative Swanson has some.
So just to be clear, there's never, there was a deregulation certificate initially, and there hasn't been one since, and there won't be another one unless there is this requirement put in place?
Yes, but as I think either Mr. Jennings or Mr. Darcy pointed out to you, the co-op's bylaws do authorize the co-op to place that question before the membership again on petition of a certain number of members. I think it's 100, it might be more. So all I'm suggesting to you, and Representative Thomas was kind enough to credit me with the idea for this bill, I think that's true, is making that revote automatic. I think it's democracy enhancing to do that.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming here and testifying for us and helping to explain some of these issues to us. My question is around the money that was mentioned in the testimony from the co-op. They mentioned that $605,000 was an estimate from the PUC for what it would cost the Public Utilities Commission to, I guess, engage additional resources in order to manage an additional regulated utility. But this bill doesn't this bill doesn't result in them becoming a regulated utility. So I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that there's any money really associated with it. Although the testimony from the co-op did mention that there would be a cost to the elections themselves, which might be an argument for it being on a longer time frame than a shorter time frame. Do you have any sense yourself on what kind of cost would be associated with that? Because I think most things are done electronically now, so I don't know how they vote.
The additional cost to the co-op would be zero because the co-op already has an annual election. This presumably would take place as part of that. The co-op is, as it testified, is already trying to be as responsive and interactive and transparent as it can. So presumably the incremental cost of having to make an argument every 4 or 3 or 5 years that yes, we remain worthy of non-regulation would be zero. They already have people to do that. And as far as the additional cost to the PUC of regulation, I want to be forthright. Regulation imposes costs. I mean, and if I were the CEO of the electric co-op, if I had to make the case to my members that they should not revoke or rescind the certificate of deregulation, that's one of the points I would make, for sure.
Follow up.
The only other thing I would ask is, what do you think the likelihood is that the membership would vote to become a regulated utility? Because if I were in their in service area, I don't think I ever would vote that way. So I don't think it's likely, you know. So I'm just wondering if you have any idea.
I agree with you, Representative McGee, that it's very unlikely. Again, what I'm trying to say is I think it's really healthy for the co-op to have to make that case every few years. And I fully expect that the members, if the management of the co-op and the board of the co-op is as responsive to member needs as they claim they are, then of course the membership will overwhelmingly say, nope, we like things just the way they are.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the issue that you have identified as a causative factor for this bill is turnover of officers at the co-op. No issue like broadband costs are impacting electric costs, or nothing associated with the physical services provided by the co-op have been adversely impacted. Just this turnover issue. Is that the basis? And if it is, why is an election like this required to address that problem?
With respect, Representative Bernardi, I don't agree with the premise of your question. Turnover at the board of an elected, turnover on the board of an electric co-op, which of course elects its board members from among the membership of the overall utility, is a natural consequence of that democracy. What I'm expressing, or what I expressed concerns about, was turmoil in the electric co-op's boardroom of such intensity that it led 2 veteran members of the board, both of whom helped lead the board, and both of whom were women and are women, to resign publicly and loudly, alleging that they were dealing with a climate of bullying and sexism. And I think it's fair to say that that climate of bullying and sexism is causally related to the decision of the female CEO of the electric co-op to leave and relocate her family to another state after just 2 years on the job. As to whether any of that had any relationship to the actual merits of what the electric co-op does, I'm quite certain that it did, but I don't have access to that. Why do I not have access to that? Because the co-op isn't regulated.
Any additional questions? Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Just a question, did any of this turnover or turmoil lead to complaints of higher rates?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Mr. Crease, for being here.
My pleasure, thank you.
And next I'll call up Alex Spidell from the Public Utilities Commission to give us the Commission's perspective on this legislation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vose and members of the committee. Thank you for having me.
This may be an unusual thing to hear down in Washington, D.C. You'd never hear in federal agency wherein a proposed piece of legislation would open a potential door for regulation of a new company or a new industry. And down there in Washington, they wouldn't say we're not interested in that. But the commission does oppose this bill, and we're not interested in taking this approach. And we would prefer that the cooperative remain deregulated as it currently is under the authority of the legislature and its current deregulation certificate. So there's a few reasons. I know there's a lot of things on the docket today, Mr. Chairman, so I'll be short. In a nutshell, the cooperative is deregulated under the authority of the legislature because much like a municipal utility where you have, say, at Manchester Waterworks, you have the Board of Aldermen and the mayor pick the director of the Manchester Waterworks, the owners of the utility are the customers of the utility, so there's a line of democratic accountability up through the board of directors and then the management team. So that's a little bit different from an investment-owned utility that has a classic monopoly power over the customers, and the shareholders of the utility pick the management team there. So it's a little bit different, but the nutshell is that there's a few issues with this. We have heard the testimony in the description that the hypothetical cost of $600,000 that was presented by the PUC in the fiscal note is not a 100% guarantee that that will happen. We just offer that as the likely cost of doing business if the cooperative were to vote for regulation by the PUC, because we're at capacity right now. We have a staff of 12 line employees and 3 commissioners, and we're at capacity right now. We have a rate case cycle every year for major utilities. We have many small utility filings coming in all the time. So we just wanted to alert to the legislature that if the cooperative joined us as a full-fledged electric utility, there's always teething troubles associated with potential filing requirements. They would have to move from I understand from some research that they're on a roughly 2-month lead time for a rate change. They'd have to go to a full year rate case cycle. They'd have to learn how to file certain financial forms with us. And there's teething troubles that come with that kind of process every time. And so in general, what we would recommend is that we leave things that the way they are with the cooperative. We see no need or necessity under any through regulation to take control of the cooperative's affairs through regulation. And so we would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the PUC? Tom Ploget.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in. Does the PUC presently have any interaction with the New Hampshire Co-op?
We have a limited role in the realm of energy efficiency. So, as you know, the legislature has a very prominent role in energy efficiency regulation since 2021. But as part of that, the cooperative has always interacted with us by making periodic energy efficiency rate adjustment filings. And that's actually kind of based on a mechanical adder right now for their expense, but they do make them with the commission. And also the Department of Energy, I do believe, interacts with the cooperative on the field of safety regulation for their physical plant.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Pertaining to the regulation, deregulation of the New Hampshire Co-op, 2 years ago, beginning of last term, we had extremely bad weather. And the rates were extremely high. And if I recall from earlier last term, that the electrical rates of the co-op were significantly cheaper than the other organizations down here in the South. And the New Hampshire Co-op, I believe, was able to ladder or hedge against pricing. If it would become regulated, would that have any effect on the price that the co-op is able to offer to its ratepayers?
I would like to say in general that if anything, the cooperative was able to teach the commission about what to do in the wake of the 2022 market panic rather than the other way around. And if you don't mind me turning the question a little bit around, Mr. Representative, because what happened at that time is that we had an investigation at the commission regarding the market prices for electricity. And the cooperative was kind enough to, they had no obligation to do so, but its leadership was kind enough to offer us a response to one of our inquiries that we also made of the municipal utilities around the state, like Littleton Power and Light, for instance. And each of those gave us very good information about their market-based procurement process. Laddering was investigated and considered, but the utilities themselves, including Eversource, also said that there's mixed outcomes from laddering. They've done it in southern New England, and it's all about the timing. So it's kind of like a coin flip game, a law of probabilities. If you time it well so that the laddering offers you a good price because of when you bought versus when you are exposed to the market, it can work, but it can go the other way around. So I'm trying to summarize some very complex things. But what the re-regulation would do is it would move the cooperative from a structure where its members vote on the rate increases to where you essentially have the PUC having to adjudicate everything. And it could be a little clunkier.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess given your that answer that you just gave Representative Summers, I want to reprise my question to the co-op's leadership. Don't you think that?
I'm sorry, you're supposed to ask a question of.
Yeah, I'm going to
Segal.
ask the staff person from the PUC, requiring the co-op to refile to remain unregulated every 3 or perhaps every 5 years. Don't you think, given what you just said about them educating you, don't you think that the process of refiling could provide a regular opportunity for them to do that, to distill their monthly member reports into a triennial or an every 5-year report on why being unregulated is great and the practices that they're able to engage in that keep their rates low and service levels high?
Mr. Representative, I would say that the PUC is confident that the cooperative can manage its own affairs as it is. We don't really need to hear from them. They did that of their own free will. And I think that it could be sort of a resource drain. I think they're pretty thinly staffed themselves. They're a tight operation. And so if they have to essentially run the equivalent of a political campaign every 3 years to say, we don't want to be regulated, given what's happening in the world at large, they would be distracted, I think, from their core mission of serving their membership. And so we don't have anything to do with them directly. We just wish them well. And we're keying off of the fact that we want to make clear that we're not eager to seize jurisdiction over this unregulated cooperative utility. We thought that was important.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for being here to testify. We
Thank you.
appreciate that. And since I have no more pink cards on this issue, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 95 FN. And I will now open the public hearing on House Bill 166. And I believe that Representative Keith Ammon is going to introduce this bill to us, so I will call Representative Ammon forward so that we can learn about House Bill 166. Good morning, or good afternoon, Representative Ammon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. So I'm pinch hitting for Representative Edwards. So I'll defer questions to maybe, hopefully, experts behind me. So this bill is a study commission bill. House Bill 166 establishes a committee to review internet service provider infrastructure transition plan from copper to fiber. So this is my understanding on the bill. I'm going to use air quotes here. A whistleblower from an ISP came forward and said that there is an inevitable progression from copper to fiber with ISPs, but that there's some market dynamics that are making these efforts to convert from copper to fiber potentially unsustainable or potentially disruptive to the market. We all know how important internet is. It's critical infrastructure. So Representative Edwards was contacted by an employee familiar with the plan. I don't know the ISP. I don't know the employee. But the employee stated a concern that the plan is obviously too aggressive and that if attempted as intended, it might lead to outages, particularly in rural areas, and or cause cost spikes for individual residences to buy in on earlier conversion. And so what this study commission, if you look at line 13, the duties, it's basically a sunlight exercise where the ISPs would be asked to come in and discuss their plan. There'd be representation, or there'd be consultation with the PUC and other subject matter experts. And Representative Edwards states in an email, he says, the legislature should invite key players and stakeholders to share their facts and assumptions such that an informed decision may be made about whether any intervention in the market around the fiber infrastructure plan is appropriate. So that's about the extent of my knowledge on the bill. I am a co-sponsor, but I'm not privy to the conversations that Representative Edwards had. So happy to take any questions, and I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Do we have any questions for Representative Ammon? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I finally get to ask a question. You said that this committee, not commission, committee would be in consultation with the PUC. Why wasn't it turned into a commission with them being a member of this?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But a committee is just among the legislature. So
Right.
if you notice, it was very thoughtful of Representative Edwards to include bipartisanship in the committee. So you'll notice that it's members of each party, House and Senate.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And also you testified that this bill came about because of a disgruntled employee that you...
I did not use the word disgruntled, just to correct you. Yeah.
A what? Well, you used whistleblower in quotes, and then you talked about an employee that was not happy. Maybe I interpreted it as disgruntled, who was not happy because they said that it was going to go too slow or something like that.
I believe it's going to go too quickly, that maybe there are, the way I understand it, that there may be market forces. This is a highly regulated market, right? There may be incentives that are misaligned. And the concern is that it might cause outages or cost overruns, particularly in rural areas. We know we're all trying to get broadband to the rural areas.
But just to clarify, so this bill came about because of one employee, correct?
And then,
Excuse me, Representative Thomas, remember you have to get permission from the chair to ask follow-up questions.
I know, but he started talking before I could finish my question.
Okay. Maybe if you asked good, concise questions, then he would be able to answer them succinctly.
Go ahead.
I'm not asking questions.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Okay.
Thank you. Would it be best to keep questions for somebody else on the technical aspects of the bill?
Like I said, I'll do my best if you want to ask me a question, but I gave you pretty much the extent of my knowledge on this legislation. So.
Then I'll wait. Thank you.
Yeah.
We do have one more person who is signed up to testify, and she is knowledgeable about this industry, so she may be able to provide more information. Representative Kaplan, did you have a question?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll go ahead and ask my question, and hopefully Representative Ammon can answer it. I'm not sure, maybe it might be too technical, but given that these are internet service providers under the regulatory domain of the PUC, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So wouldn't an issue like this be already under the regulatory framework of a docket, say, in the PUC?
It may not be on anyone's radar at this point. I think this, like I said, this is an exercise at sunlight. That's the way I understand it. So,
Representative Harrington?
Yeah, just a comment. The PUC does not regulate internet. They're regulated by the FCC. The state no state agency does the PUC regulate them at all.
Okay, corrected.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ammon, for taking my question. You said that this is a sunlight bill. Does that mean that the people you mentioned that are unnamed will come and testify, or how would the details come about if the PUC doesn't know these details and nobody else knows these details?
So I doubt that an individual will come and testify, but I think the idea is to have the ISPs just present their plans and just so that we have some, oversight, insight into what they're planning to make sure that it's not going to lead to outages. I think that's the idea. So the information will come from the ISPs. That, hypothetically.
Follow up?
Have you heard anything from ISPs saying that there are issues?
Representative Brensky, I gave you pretty much all the information I have on this bill. So Representative Edwards, he attended, I think I can divulge this, a black tie event yesterday in DC, and he wasn't able to make it back home in time. So maybe when he gets back.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you testifying for Representative Edwards. Now let's hear from Ms. Teresa. Representative Corman? One more question.
Thank you for taking for recognizing me for my late question. And thank you, Representative Ammon, for taking my question. I'm trying to understand what the outcome of this might be. It says that there might be legislation. So do you have any idea what sort of legislation we'd be looking at? Would it be something that would say that the PUC can get involved here?
Potentially. I mean, it would be up to the commission to decide if anything is appropriate at all, right? But depending on what's uncovered, that would inform the commission to recommend legislation.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. Let's now hear from Teresa Rosenberger, representing NHTA. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see all of you in this new biennium. And I'm Teresa Rosenberger. I work for Bernstein Shore, a law firm in Manchester, and I'm here representing the Hampshire Telephone Association and Consolidated Communications. That means I'm representing all the landline, old Ma Bell telephone companies. I'm not representing cable or wireless. I'm just the old Ma Bell telephone companies. We are neutral on this bill, but frankly, we don't really think it's necessary the way the framework is set up now. All the companies I represent already have their plans for build out. Their goal is 100%. And they all have plans and they are working towards those plans. They have engineering for this year, engineering started for next year, et cetera. They're all fairly close to 100% now, but they are continuing the bill. Some of the companies have received federal money. And if you've received federal money in one pot or another, you have to let the feds, just as those who received ARPA money, let New Hampshire's Department of Business and Economic Development know your addresses and where you're going. So there is that reporting requirement now to the FCC, and Representative Harrington's correct. It's the FCC that's the jurisdictional body. And the FCC puts out a plan as to when it has to be completed, as did the New Hampshire BEA put out a plan. Also, the current rules are if you are going to do any discontinuance of copper, you have to notify, you have to make an application first to the FCC, and then you have to notify, or we notify the FCC, the PUC, and the governor's office when you're making that application to discontinue copper. The other comment I have is when we looked at the bill, it's really only referring to copper. However, that's in the first paragraph. In the duties, it doesn't refer to copper. There are other ISP carriers who have used old technologies that are not copper. So we're asking why you're making it technology specific to only one segment of the industry. The other issue we have is that if just this segment has to tell you where you're going and gives a real competitive advantage to the other parts of the industry because they know where you're going, they know what your plans are, and you don't know what theirs are. So you can't figure out what's the best place to spend your capital dollars. And other than that, some of the information when they're spending their own money is proprietary. So basically, bottom line is everybody's moving. I'm surprised somebody would say it's going too fast because most people say it's going too slow. But everybody, all of my clients have a plan. They're working through their plan and their goal is 100% copper. One client, for example, that has federal money literally has targets of 50% by this year, 75 by that year, 100 by the other. Other clients that have New Hampshire ARPA money absolutely have a deadline. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. And from there, it looks like I have a few.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Rosenberger? Michael Harrington, Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I guess I just wanted to clarify one point, if you'd help me here. You had said that the FCC is the governing body here. So I see this part that says any recommendations for proposed legislation. To the best of your knowledge, would the state of New Hampshire have any authority to impose legislation on the industry, the cable industry that's regulated by the Federal Communications Commission?
Thank you for the question, Representative Harrington. I do not think so. The cable industry, the ISPs, nor the traditional Ma Bell companies are regulated by the PUC. The deregulation went in effect, I think, 2012. Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, you testified that there are other old technologies that are not copper. Can you just identify those first, please?
I think Mrs. Weston is here from the Cable Association, but I think coax. I think the cable uses coax, whereas the landlines use copper. And I'm not sure besides that, but people, the industry was and has been and continues to be technology in some ways agnostic. I mean, there are things out there now that you're going to see that aren't fiber. And so that was why it was peculiar to me that in the establishment, it was talking about copper, but it didn't in the duties talk about copper. So I'm not sure where they wanted to go or who this person is that complained and what industry, which part of the industry it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Being that I work in the networking field myself, I might get too technical, so I'm trying to forgive me if I do. But with cost overruns, as was noted by the person that actually submitted this, with the FCC regulations as well, the bulk of the overruns. Now we know fiber optic cable itself, there's not much difference between what size it is, OC3, OC12, and that. But the cost actually comes in the switching and the transceivers of the repeating and the repeating and the length of the fiber connectivity. And these would be owned by the service providers. So again, to go off of what Representative Harrington said, I know it falls under FCC, but the state would not have any regulation over what equipment, switching, and transceivers that these companies use, correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rosenberger, for coming in. This might be beating a dead horse, but I think it would be derelict not to ask it, considering what the testimony of the sponsor who came in and said that it might be electrical outages based on these cost overruns or based on the market dynamics that are at play here in this transition. So are you aware at all of anything that would impact on electrical service in this transition?
Impact on the
On the electrical service being provided by anybody?
electrical service?
Electrical, yeah.
Gosh, you're over my head. No, I'm not aware of any cost overruns that would be impacting the electrical service. No, I'm sorry. No.
Okay, seeing no further questions,
you.
I want to thank
Thank
you
you.
for being here.
Thank you very much.
And since I have no more pink cards on this, for this hearing, I'm going to close this public hearing. And I'm going to allow members a 5-minute break before we start our next public hearing. So everyone, please be back here by 2:15. And we'll start the next public hearing at 2:15. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. No. No. So Teresa, you have to help me fend off the bill to abolish my. I'm counting on you. Mike Holmes? Thank you. Mike, didn't I see you last at Cincinnati Atlanta? Yes. Haven't been in there since then because I'm trying to lose some weight. I like to talk to
It's probably the first time I've been in there. They told me you were holding court there, so.
Oh, yeah, that's working all day. Now we have. I am doing okay, but I have done better. I've done better.
Don't worry, I'll be in and out.
Yes.
Or less. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, at this point, basically, kind of, you're in the next part of the health level. Because they essentially, they produce the testimony of several great cases. And this is a business. I know it. Huh? Yeah. And then you'll find the little yours. There you go. There you go. Right now, oil serves as a by so it's going to see what they have. Once you get out of this, up to 2 traces.
That's what it is. Well, maybe you know what happened. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think everybody knew that. It's like, okay. So water stop. Yes, yeah.
She said she's almost due now? No, she's
Again.
That's what I thought. She like was excited and I met you. You were, it's like just putting back from maternity.
Yeah.
No, she's walking around like crazy now. Yep. Yeah. It's been good. Yeah, so I heard. In the winter, they're getting sick all the time. Yeah. Right. In the schools too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still just a lawyer too. Okay, no, it's
Yeah, no, I get it, but I'm sure they probably got their own processes and everything like that when they get this service. We have just have a whole bunch of advice. That's it. Yeah, that's you. Just carve it out. Sometimes I'll go out. Don't turn on the air conditioner. Yeah. Pedal hard. That does make sense. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a politician.
That's mine now.
Yes. Get the money.
At least for that series.
That would be very helpful. Varies capacity. Yeah, the sun goes up, the sun goes down.
Please take your seats. Okay, I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 526 FN, establishing a climate change and damage division in the Department of Environmental Services. And I'm going to call on Representative Wendy Thomas to introduce this legislation.
Oh, hey, it's me. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce House Bill 526, which seeks to establish the Division of Climate Change and Damage within the Department of Environmental Services. This division is not just a necessary step toward addressing the growing and urgent issue of climate change, but it is also a strategic investment in the future of New Hampshire. First and foremost, the division will focus on climate adaptation planning, identifying vulnerabilities such as sea level rise, extreme weather events, and shifting ecosystems. From recent testimony, we have heard about cases of this already happening with the flooding of our seacoast, the warming of our winters, the higher precipitation in the summer, increased cyanobacteria blooms in warmer bodies of water, and we have even heard from the hydropower folks that our fish population is changing. Mount Washington is doing a lot of climate work, as is the UNH Cooperative. What we need is a repository to gather all of this information. By conducting assessments and developing resilience plans, the state will be better prepared to protect its communities, infrastructure, and natural resources. With the increasing frequency and severity of climate-related events, this proactive approach is crucial for safeguarding New Hampshire's future. The creation of this division also ensures that climate action in our state is rooted in sound science and data. Through research and climate modeling, New Hampshire will have the tools to forecast potential future climate conditions and develop informed, effective policies. The regular monitoring and reporting of climate change impacts will help ensure that the state remains responsive to the changing conditions, providing valuable information to both government agencies and the public. Equally important is the division's focus on public engagement and education. By leading awareness campaigns and collaborating with local communities, businesses, and organizations, the division will empower citizens to take sustainable actions and work together toward common climate goals. This approach fosters a culture of cooperation and ensures that New Hampshire's response to climate change is inclusive and community-driven. Finally, the division will play a crucial role in funding and grants management, allocating resources to support climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. By administering incentive programs and supporting local incentives, this division will provide the necessary tools and funding to encourage sustainable practices and help businesses and individuals contribute to climate action. This bill is not only about addressing the challenges of climate change, it's about seizing the opportunity to position New Hampshire as a leader in climate resilience and sustainability. By creating a division dedicated to this issue, we are ensuring that our state remains adaptable, responsive, and proactive in the face of one of our most pressing issues of our time. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Thomas, for introducing House Bill 526. I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
On page 1, lines 5 and 6, it says that the Director of Climate Change shall be nominated by the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services from a list of 3 candidates. Where does the list of candidates come from? And why 3?
That is actually wording that was put in there by the OLS lawyer, and that was not in the original text.
Do you remember what your original intent was?
Just that someone would be nominated, and it didn't have to be from a list of 3 people.
Okay. Second question, if you go down to, or go back up to line 4, it says that the Division of Climate Change and Damage would be under the supervision of an unclassified Director of Climate Change and Damage. Would that not indicate that the department would be responsible for hiring someone? And if that is the case, wouldn't it be incumbent upon this legislation to appropriate funds to the department to do just that? The legislation, however, does not appropriate any funds And the Finance Committee has told us not to send them any legislation that requires the expenditure of funds that are not appropriated.
Well, thank you for the question. In order to, well, from what I understand, there are some people within DES that are dedicated to climate already. There used to be a fellow, and I forget the position, but he had climate in his title. As far as hiring somebody, I would think that this probably would result in the hiring of at least one employee. I am as disappointed as you are at the fiscal note that basically says nobody picked up the phone, so we can't establish any kind of a price for this. And I understand that the Finance Committee has said don't send us any bills that require any expenses. To me, that's not exactly fair to the people of New Hampshire, because if we have a bill that is very important and that would help the people of New Hampshire, to say right out that we shouldn't even consider it, I think is irresponsible.
Well, what the Finance Committee has said is don't send us money that have, don't send us bills that have the expenditure of money without the appropriation of money. So it's okay to spend money as long as you designate that there is an appropriation made for some amount. But what I'm saying is that this legislation as written does not appropriate any funds whatsoever. Okay, so are there other questions? Representative Harrington has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just to follow up on that idea, it specifies having a director of climate change and damage. It's hard for me to conceive that we're going to establish a new division in DES with just a director and no one that works for him. It's going to be a single person. So I would assume if this would have passed, we're looking at 3, 4, 5 new people.
Could be one.
Could be just, you're saying we're going to have a director with nobody that works for him in charge of a division of one person.
No, I'm saying a director, although, I mean, a director could be a committee, I mean, depending how much they do, but at least one employee under the director is I think, reasonable.
All right, thank
you. Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Thomas, for introducing this legislation. Next, I'd like to hear from Mike Fitzgerald from the Department of Environmental Services to get their perspective on this legislation. Welcome, Mr. Fitzgerald. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mike Fitzgerald, Department of Environmental Services, Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division, currently responsible for the work that we're doing in climate. I do want to correct one misconception that the Assistant Commissioner did sign a fiscal note and it was sent down last week. He signed it on the 7th. I don't know exactly when it went down. It's unfortunate that it was not reflected here, but I wrote the note, so I'm happy to answer questions on it. And I will summarize by saying that, as was so surmised, we assumed that this would require at least one additional position. There are a number of activities that are noted here that we're already undertaking, and specifically Section 1, Paragraph 1, beginning on line 11. The adaptation planning work. A lot of that work is already being done with the Seacoast Hazards Risk Commission, and working with a number. Upper Valley has an adaptation work group. And we are also utilizing our federal climate pollution reduction grant that I spoke to you about last week when we presented to you. And I have 3 staff working on that grant currently. My concern is that grant will last maybe for another 2 years. The work that's required here is ongoing. So as you and Representative Thomas recognized, we would need a director I'm not sure if that title just means Director of Climate Change, but it's a staff level. If it's a director, it would be unusual that it be, that there be no staff under it. And a director is an appointed position typically. And so, and the work that's noted in paragraph 2 here is extremely highly technical and complex in nature. Research and data analysis, conducting climate modeling and scenario planning, et cetera. So we estimated that this would probably take an additional 2 or 3 staff. And again, some of this, is work that's already being done. So we, could assimilate some of it. But certainly the fiscal note did indicate that we felt we would need additional staff that was not authorized by the bill. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Could you define for us or describe for us the difference between an unclassified position within state government and a classified position?
Well, classified, I believe, is subject to the personnel rules and is hired through the state system. Unclassified would be, for instance, I'm classified. I'm an assistant director. The director of the division is nominated by the governor and approved by the council, and those are unclassified positions.
Okay, so it's a position that requires approval by the governor and the executive council.
Nomination by the governor and approval of the council.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
I think the wording that's in here is probably was intended to reflect that, but I think it just came out wrong. But it's I think they're working on 1,000 bills over there, so I'll give them some slack.
Okay, Representative Summers has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This actually just ties to a bunch of things that just happened recently, and I kind of concerned or question about some of the items, and especially when it comes to the change and damage parts. And with the testimony of the EPA, the person who's running for the Secretary of EPA, as well as the Secretary of United Nations, has stated that that there's and with the executive order signed yesterday by President Trump for all above approach, how would the fact of doing this with a change and damage coincide with climate change and with the damage caused by fossil fuels? How would it coincide with them stating that there's an all above approach for the government?
Well, I think we take our direction from the governor, so we would, we're an executive branch agency within the state of New Hampshire. The federal approach, if you're talking about EPA funds and funding, which, as I said, we do have a CPRG grant, if they change direction on that grant policy, we would follow that. The only work that we are doing on climate mitigation, not adaptation, but climate mitigation, is related to developing a climate plan, as I mentioned in the presentation I gave you last week. And so if the administration were to change direction on that, we would follow whatever policies were given to us. With regards to a state of New Hampshire position under state government, that would be at the direction of the governor and the commissioner of the agency.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this very simple question. Usually when we have an agency come here for a bill such as this, we get a support, oppose, or neutral. I haven't heard anything from DES.
Neutral.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. The section you didn't mention was section 3 on line 25, where it says public engagement and education, including leading awareness campaigns to educate citizens and working with local communities to develop initiatives that address climate change at the local level. What I wanted to ask you about that is, myself and Chairman Vose were members for about 4 years on the EASY board, which has since been dissolved. And we were in the process of procuring a public awareness campaign around energy efficiency and some other aspects of lowering emissions. And that got moved over to the Department of Energy. And I think part of this bill and some other efforts I have seen are to figure out where does the buck stop and how do the agencies of government cover this piece in terms of support for the public. So we know that the Department of Environmental Services is responsible for the pollution piece, and you also are responsible for tracking the regional greenhouse gas initiative numbers and money coming into the state from that program. But is there some confusion around, I think this bill is trying to clarify where ownership would lie for anything related to climate damages and costs coming into the state. So is there any, I don't know what the right word would be. Is there any lack of clarity around who owns this piece? Is it straddling two agencies? Because I know that you used to have someone who had climate in their title. Chris Skoglund, when I first came into the legislature, he was the person that would come into this room and talk to us about those programs. So has anyone taken over his role in your agency? Maybe that's a better way to answer it.
The position that was previously held by Mr. Skoglund is currently staffed by someone working under the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. We shifted the funding on that.
Okay.
And our work on RGGI is funded by RGGI. That comes from the administration portion of that. With regard to clarity or non-clarity, currently there are no state statutes that address climate change.
Right.
And so we have no, other than the fact that we accepted a federal grant, which we consulted with the governor's office on previously, and that was to enable us, I mentioned last week, that was to enable us to be able to apply for $4.5 billion in federal funding, of which we did receive a $450 million 5-state grant for the Heat Pump Accelerator program. But other than that, there is no state funding and no state authorization to address climate change. And we're doing all the work that we're doing on climate is currently being done under the auspices of that funding. And we're doing a climate plan, and a number of the things that are addressed in Section 3 are being done. Stakeholder outreach, education, we're working with the University of New Hampshire, et cetera, but all under the auspices of that federal grant.
So follow-up?
Follow-up?
So I guess then the last question would be, if this bill or an amended version to this bill were to pass, would you be able to reconstitute your existing resources in order to meet the requirements of having someone who's playing point on this, or would it still require additional people to be added?
Well, again, I have 4 staff that are currently working on the CPRG grant they're doing some of this. We have some staff in our water division who are working on the adaptation side of this, and so on. So we would need to sit down, do an assessment, make a determination of what we think the bill directed us to do. Obviously, work with the governor's office relative to staffing and budget constraints. But I would say of all of the items that are in this bill, the area that concerns me is Section 2 regarding the research and analysis, so on. That would require a couple of one or two new positions, or some repurposing of the federal positions. But again, when that federal money goes away, there would need to be state money to authorize that, and state. This bill would need to pass. So,
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for coming in. I want to express my appreciation for the work that you're doing on the Climate Action Plan, and in terms of resilience work with the different regional development bodies. So understanding that all of this is in play in terms of the politics involved, in terms of the funding that's available. But irregardless of that, if this bill were to pass, it's just on a theoretical, conceptual level, do you see a benefit to the work that is being done in terms of resilience, in terms of education, and taking away the research piece and the analysis piece? Because I do recognize that might not be in your bailiwick, so to speak. Do you see a benefit to this bill in terms of furthering the work that is being done?
Yes, we certainly believe it is an area that there's education and providing some leadership. Again, that would be at the direction of the legislature if this bill were to pass, and under the implementation of the governor. But yes.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank Mr. Fitzgerald. You got to raise your hand faster than that. Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming today. I appreciate your time here.
Thank you.
Is it possible to have the fiscal note be submitted to the OLS shared with the committee?
To my best of my knowledge, it has been submitted to OLS. I'm not sure when this was printed and so on, and they may have crossed paths, but it was signed by our Assistant Commissioner on the 7th of January.
Check the calendar, Representative Partial, because I recall seeing one of those boxes that they put in the calendar that notifies us when new fiscal notes are available. And I think it gives us a way to access those fiscal notes.
I'll
So
take a look there. Thank you very much for information.
check that out.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Next up, we'll hear from Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation.
Good afternoon. I'm Nick Krakoff, Senior Attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation. Thanks again for having me here today. Really appreciate it. I was here last week and I talked a lot about the climate change and sort of the effects we're realizing from climate change over the past several decades. Climate change is and will continue to affect the state's economy, its infrastructure, and its ecosystems. And the committee should really pass this bill in order to establish a division within DES to further study the issue, to study the impacts to the state, and to plan on how to adapt to the issue. As I talked about last week, we're seeing shorter and warmer winters in the state. This is affecting winter recreation industries throughout the state. We're experiencing rising sea levels. Since the beginning of the 20th century, sea levels have risen 8 inches already and are expected to rise even further over the coming decades. And this is affecting properties in the seacoast area, really affecting people's livelihoods there and businesses in the seacoast as it's exacerbating extreme weather in that area. We're also seeing pretty significant effects for our wildlife with the moose population. It's worsening. With the winter tick situation, which is really decimating our moose population in the state. And, just going out in the woods these days, you really have to worry about ticks. This wasn't a thing 30 years ago, but, going for a hike nowadays is a real issue. So consolidating all of DES's activities into a single division that can further study the issue and figure out how to better adapt to climate change is really needed right now. Given the effects that are happening in the state. And, for those reasons, I think you should vote ought to pass on this bill. I'm happy to take your questions. I've submitted written testimony that provide more detail as well.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Pertaining to last week's testimony, especially with the EPA, this came from the Senate Environmental Senate Board federally, where it stated that Western Europe and the United States create or produce about 15% of the CO2 within the world environment, with remaining, especially in Asia and developing countries develop 85%. So even if the United States completely, New Hampshire went to zero, United States went to completely zero, would this have a small effect compared to 85% of the rest of the pollution being caused, supposed pollution caused by the rest of the world and outside the U.S.?
Well, this bill is, thank you for the question, but this bill is all about climate change adaptation and not mitigation. So it's not seeking to solve the issue of climate change, it's seeking to figure out how we adapt to that issue. So regardless of who's causing climate change, which countries are more contributing more to the issue, this is really trying to figure out how does the state adapt to the changes that we're seeing. So, what do we do to respond to rising sea levels? What do we do to, protect our moose population? It's not really seeking to, reverse that trend or stop the trend of climate change.
Follow up?
So I guess I'm asking is it the financial responsibility of the West to spend into infinity the amount of money to halt climate change when 85% of the environment is caused by outside of the West?
I mean, that's a very valid question. But, I think if you look at the overall levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, basically starting from the Industrial Revolution when we started, emitting CO2 into the air, Western countries have been responsible for a large portion of that amount. So regardless of who's, emitting more CO2 now, the overall level, Western countries have been, responsible. But, I think regardless of that, I'm not saying that we need to spend an infinite amount. I think the better way to look at it is, we need to start planning, A, how to reduce the effects of climate change if we can, and B, how to adapt to those impacts. And basically, the sooner we start thinking about that, the less money we're going to have to spend, and the longer we wait, the more financial costs it'll be.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, to bring the questioning and responding back to what this bill is actually about, we heard a lot last week in our briefings about the, to me, very surprising number of dams on our waterways throughout the state, some of which are involved in producing hydropower, but many of which just provide, environmental services, flood control, and frankly, a lot of economic benefit in terms of shorelines that host high-value homes. Increasing frequency of high precipitation events is one of those significant climate impacts that we're seeing. And wouldn't this position in DES, gathering information and forecasts and providing information about that effect, isn't that one of the things that one of the benefits that this position in DES would have?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at summer of 2023, there was some big storms in the Upper Valley, and there was a dam or two that got washed out that summer. And yeah, I mean, one of the goals of this bill or objectives of this bill would be to look at how climate change is affecting infrastructure and how do we adapt to that. Do we need to make upgrades to infrastructure? Or do we need to make certain changes so that that infrastructure is climate proofed essentially?
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony. And
Thank you very
since that finishes up the folks who want to testify on House Bill 526, I'm going to close that public hearing. Next, we'll open up a public hearing on House Bill 169-FN. And I'll call on Representative Thomas Corman to introduce this legislation to us. Before you get started, Tom, Representative Ploget, at the conclusion of this public hearing, before we go to exec session, I want you to read the results of the contents of the blue sheets on all the bills we've heard this afternoon. Thank you. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tom Corman, I represent Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the fair city of Lebanon. I have introduced an amendment, as Chair Vos informed us last week. The prime sponsor of a bill may introduce an amendment at the hearing. So I have introduced an amendment. Members all have it. It is number 2025-0025H. And the intent of the bill, which I hope the amendment makes very clear, is that any action taken by the Public Utilities Commissioner should require the support of at least 2 of the 3 commissioners. A little background. RSA 363, which is about the PUC, 363:1 says, and I am going to quote, "The chair of the commission shall have the powers and duties set forth in RSA 21G:9, unquote. So these powers in that RSA are intended for the commissioners of departments. And if you look at RSA 21G:9, it says the commissioner shall be the chief administrative officer of the department and shall have the following powers and duties. And listed among those powers and duties in Section 9, paragraph 2B, it says, adopt all rules of the department, whether the rulemaking authority delegated by the legislature is granted to the commissioner, the department, or any administrative unit or subordinate official of the department," unquote. So this language that's in statute gives the PUC chair the power to set all the rules independent of what the other 2 commissioners think. I don't know whether this is what the legislature intended, but it means that the other 2 commissioners may be ignored by the PUC chair. At least that's the way I read it. I don't think that's really what the legislature intended and what we wanted. So the bill that I have submitted simply says that any action taken by the PUC must be agreed to by at least 2 of the commissioners. And the amendment makes that crystal clear. It says 2 commissioners shall constitute a quorum to hold a hearing and issue orders or establish rules or both. Actually, it's different. Wait a minute. This is different from what I had here. It says 2 commissioners shall constitute a quorum regardless of any vacancies. This changed from my communication with OLS. A quorum is required for the commission to conduct any authorized proceeding or take any actions. So the point is, it makes it clear that you need 2 commissioners to actually agree on an action by the PUC. The chair alone is not sufficient. So if there is a vacancy on the PUC, and this is what the fiscal note of the bill got to, if there's a vacancy on the PUC, then the 2 remaining commissioners would need to agree. If there were 2 vacancies on the PUC, then no action should be taken by the commission until at least there's 1 new commissioner appointed by the governor and the executive council. And that's really the way it should be. I mean, if there's just 1 person left, that's not a commission. That's 1 person. So I don't even think there was a need for a fiscal note on this bill. I don't think any special commissioner on retainer is needed. And I actually think the bill as introduced was misunderstood because in the original bill, it talked about at least 2/3 of the commission, regardless of any vacancies. Now, I think I know a little bit about mathematics. I'm the lead author of a very technical textbook on computer algorithms. And when I think of what at least 2/3 of 3 means, that means at least 2. So there doesn't need to be a commissioner on retainer to fill out a 3rd position. 2 should suffice. So I don't think there even needs to be a fiscal note here. If the commission is down by 1 person, the 2 remaining need to agree. If the commission is down by 2 people, there has to be at least 1 more person appointed. If the commission is down 3 people, woe to us. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you for introducing this legislation and this amendment. So let's assume that 2 PUC commissioners resign, health reasons, moving out of state, whatever. So there's only 1 commissioner left. The governor needs to nominate 2 new commissioners, and then they have to be approved, vetted and approved by the executive council. Both of those things could take months. Does that mean, if your bill passed, would that mean that the PUC would essentially, its activity would grind to a halt until those two new commissioners were appointed and the executive council approved them? Since the commission would not have a quorum and could not conduct any business. And if that's the case, what would happen to the other 13, 14 employees of the commission? Would they be furloughed? Would they just sit around and twiddle their thumbs? What would happen? Describe to us under that scenario what would happen.
Well, I would imagine, and I'm certainly not an expert on how the PUC operates internally. I would imagine there's still plenty of work that gets done internally within the PUC, regardless of how many commissioners are there. But the main thing is, it is incumbent upon the governor and the council to do that job, to actually get somebody on there. And if the governor drags their feet, or if the council drags their feet, then in the scenario where there's 0 or 1 commissioner, the state's suffering, and that means that the governor and council are not getting their job done.
Well, my follow-up question would be, it's not only the PUC that would suffer, but all the state's ratepayers would suffer, the state's utilities would suffer. It seems to me that work would grind to a total halt under that scenario, and that would not be a good thing for our state. Is that not the case?
Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with you entirely. It would be terrible for the work to grind to a halt. That's why they need to actually make sure that it is staffed, and as soon as one commissioner is gone, or resigns or whatever, they need to actually work on getting another one. But more to the point, a commissioner does not make a commission. The commission is statutorily composed of 3 commissioners, and 1 commissioner is not a commission.
Okay, additional questions for the representative. Representative Swanson.
It isn't spelled out in here, but would it be practical to have, say, an interim or a system or process wherein there would be an interim appointment until there could actually be a physical action on the part of the governor, given how long the bureaucracy takes to make things happen sometimes when a vacancy occurs unexpectedly?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if anyone from the PUC is going to testify. I would imagine that the amount of background needed to be on the PUC could make it a little difficult. Perhaps there could be somebody who had been on the PUC stepping in. And in terms of that, the fiscal note there, if that person were in fact drawing some sort of compensation, well, there's compensation not going to the person who's not there. So again, I don't see that it would be a big fiscal problem. I'm not suggesting anybody be on retainer, and I don't know if you are, but I just think that perhaps somebody could step in temporarily, but somebody who's been on the commission before.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Corman.
Further questions? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom, for being here. I mean, just briefly, would you characterize your bill clarifying that there needs to be at least a majority of a commission to exist at all times to take action? Would you characterize it as a good government bill? I mean, in bodies that are constituted in odd numbers, 3, 5, like boards of selectmen and city councils that regularly hold votes where it takes a majority to make a decision. You're just clarifying, aren't you just clarifying that there needs to be enough members to hold a vote?
that's part of it, but also clarifying that the way that RSA 363:1 says that the chair of the commission has the powers and duties set forth in RSA 21G:9, and that actually gives the chair of the PUC the powers that a commissioner of a department has. And I don't think that's really what we intend.
So is your real objection the fact that, as currently worded, state law in 21G:9B allows a single commissioner to adopt rules? Is that the crux of the issue here? Even though GELCAR has to approve those rules, and if the commissioner adopted rules that GELCAR and its process didn't think were acceptable, those rules wouldn't go forward.
Yeah, I still think that there should be at least 2 commissioners on the PUC. This is why we have the PUC. It's 3, it should be 3 people, and there should be at least 2 who adopt a rule.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may not have the answer to this question, but I'm intrigued by the fiscal note that says that a special commissioner would start at $150,850. Do you know, is that the starting salary for a commissioner?
That I do not know.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Harrington?
Yeah, I'm still a little confused about what this is trying to accomplish. Looking at the bill before it was changed, your bill here with if you take out what was changed, it says the commission shall, any majority of the commission, which is, we know is, since it's 3, it's 2, constitutes a quorum to issue orders, and any hearing may be held or conducted by 2 commissioners or by a single commissioner. So I guess what you're saying that was lined out. So you're saying in this chapter, majority means at least 2/3 of the commission, regardless of any vacancies. So what you're trying to clarify there, that is if there was only 2 commissioners because one resigned, that you'd have to have 2/3 of the full commission, meaning 2 at all times is the minimum amount, correct?
That was my intention, and I think it was not interpreted in that way in the fiscal note.
Okay, a follow-up?
Yes.
But, so what this is saying, where you could have 1 commissioner, would be for a hearing, but they couldn't issue any orders. And there's also the provision in the law that anybody that wants no hearing except in accident cases shall be held or conducted by a single commissioner if any party whose interest may be affected shall, 5 days before the date, request in writing the commission to be conducted by a full commissioner or majority thereof. So if there was a hearing and somebody, even the hearing, now they can't issue orders, that's already established, but if there was a hearing and someone was involved in that hearing, they could say, I don't want 1 commissioner, I want at least 2, and they would have to get at least 2. That's the present law.
Well, I think the present law says that a hearing can be conducted by a single commissioner, right?
No,
That's
the
part that we would be stricken out.
A follow-up.
Yeah.
If you go to
Yes,
362:17, it talks about requests for a full commission. It's a separate section. And in there, it says, no hearing except in accident cases shall be held or conducted by a single commissioner if any party whose interest may be affected shall, 5 days prior to the date of the hearing, request in writing that the same be held or conducted by the full commission or a majority thereof. So anybody that wants to could say 1 commissioner is not good enough. You don't think that protects people enough? And this is just for a hearing now. They still you couldn't issue an order with 1.
Right.
But
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'll just say this. I think that a hearing should have 2 commissioners, because if a decision requires 2 commissioners, at least one of the people making this decision should have been at the hearing.
Okay, well, I'm not quite following you. Okay. Anyways,
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Now let's hear from the consumer advocate, Donald Crease, to get his perspective on this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be brief. Just as I was earlier, I'm Donald Crease, the consumer advocate. My job is to represent the interests of residential utility customers. But right now, I'm going to put on my administrative law professor hat. I used to teach administrative law before I became consumer advocate during my long and checkered career for a few years. So there are two things that a regulatory agency does, whether it's the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. They make decisions two ways. One is through adjudication. That applies when there are the rights and privileges of a particular singular party at issue, or the agency adopts rules, and those are decisions that apply across the board to everybody. And so it doesn't make any sense as a matter of, I guess you could say, political science, to constitute something like the Public Utilities Commission and say, well, when it adjudicates things, it's going to do that as a tribunal of 3 commissioners. But when it exercises its rulemaking authority, there really isn't a PUC anymore. There is a chairman of the PUC, and all of the authority reposes in the chair of the PUC. Now, the reason that the chair of the PUC has all of the rulemaking authority has already been established. When the Department of Energy was created via the budget trailer bill in 2021, inserted into the budget trailer bill was an amendment to RSA 363, Section 1, that says, and I quote, "The chair of the commission shall have the powers and duties set forth in RSA 21G9. Now, I do not think, and I was around to watch all of this happen, that the legislature intended, when it created the Department of Energy via the budget trailer bill 4 years ago, to divest the PUC, the 3 commissioners, of their rulemaking authority and transfer it to the chair of the PUC. The person who inserted that language in the budget trailer bill, I think, knew exactly what she was doing, but I don't think the legislature understood that. And so therefore, I think the purpose of this bill that you are now hearing is to fix that and restore to the full 3-member PUC the authority to promulgate rules. It's a little perplexing from my perspective how the clarity of that purpose and the relative ease with which that problem could be solved has somehow gotten all muddled here. I mean, if it was up to me, I would just change the language in RSA 363(1) to say something like, the chair of the commission shall have the powers and duties set forth in RSA 21G9, except for the power to promulgate rules, which shall repose in the commission, meaning the 3 commissioners. That, I think, is a pretty straightforward and simple way of getting to achieving the purpose of this bill without getting all wound up about how many commissioners you need to hold a hearing, or how many commissioners you need to make a decision, and when you need and when you don't need to appoint special commissioners, because as you've already established, that question is fraught. There is already a statute that protects people's right to demand or request a full commissioner, all of that. So I really think this bill could be drafted in a much more surgical way to accomplish what I think it is trying to accomplish. And I don't think what it is trying to accomplish is especially controversial, because I think the legislature didn't realize 4 years ago that it was divesting the full PUC of its rulemaking authority. Okay, that's probably more than you need to hear from me about that subject, so I'll stop talking. And then if the chairman wants to have me answer any questions, I'd be delighted to do that.
So this is what I wrote down. We could append to the end of that full sentence on line 4, the chair of the commission shall have the powers and duties set forth in RSA 21G9, except for the adoption of commission rules, which requires a majority of the commission.
That would be perfect. You did an excellent job of drafting the amendment that I would suggest you adopt.
Should I try to get a job at OLS?
I think you should apply for a job at the OCA. We need a new staff attorney, so.
Okay, questions for the consumer advocate? Representative McGee.
Thank you. I had a question before you went ahead and did that, which I think would solve the problem. The question that I had was, it appears that when we do make these references, that we often don't follow through to figure out whether it's going to give us what we intend. It sounds like RSA 21G9 relates in general to the commissioners of the other agencies, not to a regulatory body, which the PUC is distinct. So that's why that reference then, without the exception, doesn't give us the way the PUC was constituted before this change happened. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, going back to the warm summer of 2021, which was unfolding while the pandemic was still somewhat raging, I think the idea was that the PUC wanted to eliminate the office of its executive director and make clear that the chairperson of the PUC is the administrative head of the agency. And I think that was probably a reasonable thing to do. I'm not sure it's what I would have done, but it's not an unreasonable thing to do. I'll put it that way. So the way to do that apparently was to vest in the chair all of the powers and duties set forth in 21G9. But one of those powers and duties is rulemaking. So it's not what I would have done. It's logical. It created this problem, which I think the general court itself didn't realize it was creating.
Additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony and suggestion.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We have one more person to hear from, and that is Alex Seidel from the Public Utilities Commission. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. So the Public Utilities Commission on the pink sheet registered its opposition to this bill, and I just wanted to clarify that we are discussing the bill as proposed at the present time, not involving any amendments. And so I'll be keying off of the fiscal note discussion and the language as proposed in the bill. And I'll read it because there is the insertion on line 3 of the word regulatory, which in part 1, which is intriguing. It may have something to do with some of the discussions surrounding our investigative authorities, but we'll leave that aside. But looking at part 2, the language reads quorum 363:16. A majority of the commission shall constitute a quorum, and then there's strike through of this language to issue orders, and any hearing may be held or conducted by 2 commissioners or by a single commissioner. So that's being stricken through in this proposed legislation. And then the insertion of, in this chapter, majority, quote unquote, means at least 2/3 of the commission, regardless of any vacancies. So the reasoning behind the fiscal note was that there is a constant flow of hearings work at the commission, and there is a constant flow of order issuances happening at the commission. So 12 months a year, 365 days of working days a year, it seems like it sometimes, constant orders being issued, constant acceptances of petitions, hearings, reviews. So the flow of work is constant, and having interned at the New Hampshire Supreme Court, it's been 20 years, amazing to think about it, but that was 20 years ago. The Supreme Court interprets the language of a statute in its totality, and all the provisions have to work together. And when there's an ambiguity, the Supreme Court really digs into the legislative record and looks at what was proposed and why it was proposed and how it was proposed. So if the legislature is striking through in this proposed bill to issue orders, and any hearing may be held or conducted by 2 commissioners or by a single commissioner, that's an indication to the Supreme Court that the legislator means this to have only 3 commissioner hearings no matter what, hence the potential of the special commissioner. So why would the commissioners be absent? Well, there's vacancies due to resignation, as Commissioner Simpson recently resigned. There's vacancies during the working week due to illness or accident. There can also be many responsibilities that the commissioners discharge outside of the forum of the commission itself. So they have to go to governor and council meetings. They often appear here at the legislature in one form or another. And time flies, and sometimes they have to give presentations on the spot. And furthermore, they interface with their colleagues around the country at the National Regulatory Commissioner Association meetings, which are very important. And they also have federal side responsibilities. We are the junior partner of the Department of Energy in the field of wholesale regulation, as you heard from Commissioner Chattopadhyay. And there's also ongoing fora and interactions related to national security responsibilities in the field of critical infrastructure that the commissioners have to be involved in. So their docket is very full. They have to have all this done in a given year, in a given work week. And so sometimes even if you have a full roster of 3 commissioners, it's tough to rustle up 2 commissioners, but it can be done. But if you must rustle up 3 commissioners for everything, for every issuance of an order, for every hearing, it's going to be impossible. Just stop the work of the commission. And as far as the single commissioner provision is concerned, I would urge, given the safeguards that former Commissioner and Representative Harrington referred to in 36317, that it be retained just in case of emergency. In the oil embargo crisis of 74, the commission was cranking out emergency orders every day almost to adjust energy rates. There were national emergencies in World War I and World War II where the commission was very active. So I would just urge caution on the part of the legislature to be very judicious in how they adjust this language. In fact, not to put this bill forward because it's overbroad language that would really hurt our operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I know you wanted to speak only to the language of the bill as introduced, but I have to ask you if you could interpret the language suggested by the consumer advocate, that at the end of line 4, we add the phrase, except for the adoption of commission rules, which requires a majority of the commission. Would you be willing to comment on that, or would you prefer to defer a comment until you've had a chance to talk to the commissioners? What would be your pleasure?
My initial take on it, I would prefer to defer in terms of a formal answer, but I would suspect that Chairman Goldner would respond saying, I am the administrative head of the agency, and this is an administrative task. By analogy, Chairman Goldner wears the hat as the presiding officer and the ultimate capital A administrator of the Site Evaluation Committee. And so he has the capability to engage in administrative reviews on his own there. Of course, it has to be subject to the review of the full Site Evaluation Committee. And furthermore, the commission rules have to be reviewed not only by GELCAR, but substantively speaking, they are reviewed by the colleagues within the commission in an informal consultative process. So it's an administrative task when the chairman runs the rules hearing. It's often as a courtesy because a favorite time to do rule, I can say this having about 15 years of experience in the commission in terms of the beginning of my tenure. The summertime is not a bad time to have rules put forward for adoption because there's a little bit of a slackening in the work schedule. And for instance, Chairman Goldner can run a rules hearing when, say, one of the other commissioners is traveling abroad to visit his family or traveling on a family vacation for a couple weeks. It's an amenity. It's an administrative amenity. And I don't personally see any harm from that. But I think perhaps Chairman Goldner could give a formal response as well to the committee if you're interested on that.
Yes, if you would ask for that, we'd appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Further questions? Representative McGee has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us again. So my question, in your testimony, you mentioned that having 3 commissioners available all the time is not really workable, but I don't think that there's anything here that suggests that all 3 need to be present for work to be happening. as was explained by the consumer advocate, it appears that adjudicative decisions and rules being decided upon, that's what the bill is related to, is those two aspects of commission business. And so my question is, in the 15 years that you've been involved, how often has one commissioner decided on the rules by themselves? Is that something that's only recent, or was it always that way? Is it unusual to have one commissioner decide on the rules?
Well, respectfully, I think there's been a little bit of backpedaling during the course of the hearing regarding the scope of the words presented here, because when you actually read the words and you interpret them legally, they say that any order or any hearing must be held by 3 commissioners because of the issuance of the strike-through in Part 2 of this bill. This is the bill as it is. So leaving that aside, I would say that whatever happened in 21 was done by the legislature for good and valid reasons. But the structure of the bill as it's presented here would result in the inability of the commission to ever issue an order or have any hearing unless there were 3 commissioners on the roster, whether through the introduction of a special commissioner or through the appointment of a full roster of 3 commissioners because of this strike-through. This strike-through is a very important deal, and I'm very rarely so blunt about things, but I have to make that clear.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little confused now because you keep referring to saying that it would require 3 commissioners to do anything. But what I'm reading this to say is that a majority of the commissioners shall constitute a quorum. In this chapter, majority leads at least 2/3 of the commission regardless of any vacancies. So they would require 2. Why do you keep saying 3? I'm a little confused.
Well, because the legislature, if this enactment were to be passed, would be accepting the strike-through of the language that refers to issue orders and any hearing may be held or conducted by 2 commissioners. So if you're removing that authority as part of this language in the context of saying that a majority quorum is at least 2/3 of the commission, the Supreme Court would interpret that to mean that, number one, the legislature has taken away your capability to have any hearing or order issue with 2 commissioners. And so therefore, the only logical explanation is that a quorum is a quorum of 3 commissioners with 2 commissioners in agreement. Or
A follow-up?
Yes.
Just so I get this clear, then, if we were to write it as the majority of the commission shall constitute a quorum to issue orders, and any hearing may be held or conducted by 2 commissioners, period, get rid of or by a single commissioner. That would then get clear then that 2 commissioners could issue an order and 2 commissioners could have a hearing. If we get rid of that word or by a single commissioner and left the other words in.
so are you proposing to move away from, I think you had earlier in the hearing, Mr. Representative, been supporting the idea of having a single commissioner available if there is no objection under 363.17.
What I'm trying to do is just get the meaning of this straight, because you seem to be interpreting it as written, saying that if you review this as a whole, and you're the lawyer, I'm not, so I'm going to assume you know more about this than I do, that it could be interpreted to say that as this bill is proposed, it would require 3 commissioners. And what I'm saying is, if we left it in and just got rid of the statement or by a single commissioner, would you then agree that 2 commissioners could have a hearing and could issue an order?
I'd have to see the final language on that, but that's a definite improvement from completely striking through the authority of the commission to have a hearing with 2 commissioners.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative McGee?
Sorry, I do have one more question. And that is, since what we've heard here is that I believe the intent of the bill is to affect having a quorum available for adjudicative decision-making and rulemaking. So that is not explicitly called out in this language, and I think that may be where the lack of clarity seems to give rise to your concerns, that if it's written this way, then other things that the commission is attempting to do might be also held to that standard. But I think the intent of the language and the intent of the prime sponsor was to get at the fact that the decision-making and the rulemaking coming out of the commission should be conducted by a quorum of the commission rather than by, less than a quorum. So I wonder if the language meets that as is.
As is, unfortunately not. There are discussions about adjustments, but, I would want the commission to have the chance to respond to those. But it's statutory construction is kind of at the heart of the matter. And I've studied administrative law at length as well. And when there's a statutory ambiguity, they default to the legislative intent. And sometimes you can get all the way to the finish line with legislative intent, but when in doubt, they'll say, well, the legislature took a big red pencil and did not want the commission. Adjudicative actions mean our orders, our hearings. That's the meat and potatoes of what we do. So that's a lot of what we do. And so it's understood that there ought to be, and our tradition has been that we always have two commissioners present for these adjudicative proceedings, one way or the other. And so it's important to recognize that the Supreme Court can be ruthless in its application of the literal words of the statute. That's what I would caution against.
Follow up?
So my first question to you was about whether or not there had ever been one individual commissioner responsible for rulemaking. Is that how it's been done traditionally? I don't think I ever really got an answer on that. Is it commonplace or is it unusual?
Well, from what we heard today, there was a change in 21 where the chairman could preside or the chairwoman could preside. So in the past, it was done by a quorum of the commissioners, in the sense of there were 2 or 3 commissioners on the bench ruling on these adoptions. So that's how it was before 2021.
Yeah. And I think that's what we're trying to clarify here, is that I don't think anybody realized we changed it when the DOE was created.
That's fair.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here to testify. And with that, I'm going to close
Thank you.
the public hearing on House Bill 169 FN. We'll be starting an executive session in a few minutes, but before we do that, I want to ask Representative Ploget to read some results from Blue Sheets. And before I ask him to do that, I'm going to read some results from the online remote testimony portal that we have on the House website. So for House Bill 166, there were 4 people in support and 1 person opposed the bill. For House Bill 306, there were 111 supporting and 5 opposing. And for House Bill 169, there were 2 supporting and 2 opposing. And for House Bill 526, there were 24 supporting and 7 opposing. And now, Representative Ploget, if you could share with us the...
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
you missed one, House Bill 95.
The reason I missed it is because I don't have any data on that one. Nobody shared that with me. Oh, I take it back. There was 1 person in support and 1 person opposed. Now, Representative Ploget, if you could read the Blue Sheet results for us.
Thank you, Chair. For the House Bill 306, there was 2 in favor, 1 opposed. House Bill 166, 1 in favor, none opposed. House Bill 95, None in favor, one opposed. House Bill 526, 5 in favor, 2 opposed. House Bill 169, 2 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, thank you. Since we have a few minutes before we begin our exec sessions this afternoon, I will let the committee know that we will be meeting on Monday and Tuesday of next week. I will post the schedule tomorrow of the bills that we'll be hearing, and that will appear in your calendar on Thursday or Friday, whenever the next calendar is published. We very likely will do 5 bills on Monday and maybe 5 bills on Tuesday, and there may be a executive session in there as well. So you can use that for planning purposes. Representative Marshall.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we're still starting at 10 o'clock.
On Monday, we'll start at 9 o'clock. And previously, we were starting on Tuesday at 10 o'clock because there was another meeting scheduled in this room at 9 o'clock. But that meeting was recently moved to a different room. So we can now start at 9 o'clock on Tuesday as well. So from here on in, pencil in that we'll be starting all our meetings at 9 o'clock. Representative McGee.
Do we have chairs and vice chairs and ranking and deputy ranking meetings scheduled 9 a.m. on Tuesdays? Because
Yes.
okay.
Okay. I'm not sure about ranking members, but I know about chairs and vice chairs. Any other comments? Okay. You have 3 minutes if you need to stretch your legs. Okay, please take your seats, everyone. I now open an executive session on House Bill 106, establishing a commission to determine the monetary costs of climate damage to the state of New Hampshire and the best means of recouping such costs. And I recognize Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the motion for HB 106, I make a motion to ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Berejny.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on House Bill 106. Discussion. Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard a lot of testimony back and forth, a lot of good testimony indicating that, weather is changing, we have ups and downs. But one of the things that struck me the most and that concerned me the most was that there were predictions being put forth as the basis for this bill. And I'm not quite sure that it would be prudent to hold the commission based on predictions, especially since there were a lot of pros and cons given forth during the testimony as to actual causes or what effects studies would even have. And one of the things that was mentioned was damages. Could they be attributed to things done within the state? Would they come in from overstate? Could there be serious liabilities and lawsuits presented if companies complained that it wasn't them but it was someone from Vermont that did the dirty deed? So based on those things there, I think for lack of any hardcore absolutes, it's in the best interest to just ITL this bill.
Further discussion. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that constant road washouts due to flooding, coastal flooding, impact to tourists with regard to winter sports, specifically skiing and enjoying our lakes, and the proliferation of cyanobacteria in our lakes because of warm water those are not predictions. Those are actual impacts that we are seeing in our state as a result of climate change. And I think that this commission is long time overdue. We're far behind all of the other states in New England. And if we don't get our act together, our economy is going to suffer as a result of it.
Additional discussion. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think it's a shame that a serious issue has become a political circus yet again. And because I know it's ironic that if I approached every single person on this committee individually and I said there's a long-term intractable problem that needs a whole of government approach, and we need to wrap our heads around it and get our hands on it so we can take care of it, to take care of our constituents, every single person on this committee would be in favor of doing so. But for some reason, when you talk about the climate, it becomes a toxic environment, and we can't drop the partisan baggage that has plagued us for decades now around this issue. I say for some reason, I know the reason, and it was mentioned by somebody who was testifying in our public hearing on Monday, the young woman from Bowdoin College, when she talked about the fossil fuel industry and their propaganda campaign that's gone on for decades to misinform and divert the public from understanding the causes of this issue. And I know that the people on this committee understand that issue and recognize it, because nobody here is that misinformed. And the fact of the matter is, we have bipartisan bills in front of us this session that mention climate change. And so that we know that it's an issue that Republicans and Democrats alike are aware of. The problem is that they come at the problem from a little property tax abatement over here, a little federal grant money over there. This requires to use a term of art that was favored by our former colleague, the Honorable Rebecca McWilliams. She called it a bucket. This is an issue that needs its own bucket. And that's what this bill is intended to do. It creates a commission where we can hear experts to try to determine in a fiscally responsible manner what are the financial damages that we are looking at in the next few years in our state in order to protect our constituents and our communities from the damages that we know are coming. And the preponderance of scientific evidence has left us no doubt that that is something that we will be facing. And to question that is just to it's worse than willful ignorance. It's negligence, and it's dereliction of our duty. This commission is basically taking a walk to the top of the hill to see if the Indians are coming. And as far as I know, in the movies that I'm aware of, people don't say we're not going to walk to the top of the hill because we don't care if the Indians are coming. We do care. And so that's not what I signed up for. I signed up to take care of my constituents, to try to make this state a better place for our children. So I'll leave it at that.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate the members' opposing point of belief. I take some umbrage as to the inference that an opposite point of view has no merit. We heard testimony from two well-established and credible testifiers that presented an opposite point of view. And because of that, despite our differences of where we think things are coming from, respectfully thinking, there's enough uncertainty to not subject the state to unknown costs when we don't know where those costs are actually coming from, or who's causing them, or what would be causing them, and also subjecting the potential of liabilities in the state when we cannot figure out if there were any such damages. Where did they come from? From other states or other countries, and who would we blame then? And if we try to assess blame to one company, how would they prove, or how would they wouldn't prove that it didn't come from outside the area? Leads to a whole bunch of potential litigations. So that's what we believe, and I think both points of view have their corners of support, and I think the overall result is just the overall uncertainty of just what's happening here. So respectfully, we need to be cautious in moving forward. That's why we should ITL this bill.
Representative Corman has a point to make.
Thank you. Actually, I have several. So, yeah, I'm amazed. Here it is, it's 2025, and we're still debating about climate change. And some of the things that we heard last week, climate change isn't real, or if it's happening, human activity has nothing to do with it, or if humans are putting carbon into the atmosphere, that's not what's causing temperatures to rise, or if temperatures are rising, that's not what's causing extreme weather events, or in fact, there's no increase in extreme weather events. I would just ask, why don't you guys pick one and stick with it? We heard earlier today, when you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. And what this commission is trying to do is plan for the effects of climate change. We are seeing it all around us. I actually was in touch with Jessica, I forgot her last name here, Jessica Keeler from Ski New Hampshire, and she gave me all sorts of information about how it's affecting the ski industry, what they're finding. And it's not just a matter of fewer days, it's a matter of it's hard for them to even do snowmaking because of droughts and because of temperatures that don't promote snowmaking. So, we're hearing it in the recreational industry. One other point I'd like to make is there was some discussion about the extreme weather events that have happened, how many were caused by climate change. And you can't draw a direct line between an extreme weather event and a particular facet of climate change. Climate change creates conditions that promote extreme weather events. You can't ask this question any more than you could say to somebody who smokes cigarettes and has lung cancer, which cigarette gave you the lung cancer? It doesn't work that way. It's that it's promoting this possibility. It makes it more likely that you have extreme weather events. It's not like this weather event was caused by this aspect of climate. So, I just feel like we need to be understanding of climate change and believe that it's happening regardless of the cause. It's happening. And we need to be able to adapt to it. And that's what this commission would be trying to do.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I look at this as and forgive me for saying so, but a difference of being in science, technology, energy, and being that I see a difference between science and religion. And where I look at the science, I think of the main difference I view is the scientific method. And looking at the scientific method, granted, after test hypothesis, which we all would do, next would be draw conclusions of what actually happened. So we look at case in point, look at the scientific fact of the last ice age. Some folks would say that right now we're at the, according to written literature, that we're coming near the end of the last ice age. Some would say the last ice age was caused by the irregular oval of the Earth that's going around the sun, and also there's a wobble of the axis of the Earth. Now, I'm not saying this is causing the climate change rapid temperature rate at this moment, but what I'm saying is to draw conclusions to be able to end the scientific fact, it's to a point of where it's not. We're looking to impose damages on something that is not proven scientific fact. It is scientific, not only maybe hypothesis, maybe beyond hypothesis to drawn conclusions, but it's not fact at this time as of scientific law. Thank you.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen the expression, I don't know what the future holds, but I know who holds the future. And I see a lot of assertions, or I'm hearing a lot of assertions that you can't prove it's happening, therefore it isn't. The future, since I don't think anybody's in this room and nobody testified today who knows the future. And what we do as humans is we take a look at things that have happened, we develop models and project into the future. And using that information, and as time passes, if things start to happen that conform to those models, you have a chance or a good probability that your models are accurate. And with a large preponderance of scientists who are saying that there should be concern, then maybe instead of saying, well, you can't prove it, therefore we should reject it and we won't do anything, doesn't feel like the prudent thing to do. I think insurance companies are probably leaders in doing probability and putting dollar figures on it and analyzing risk. And that's what we're talking about, is taking a look at analyzing risk of certain things happening based upon other things that have happened and help people prepare for those possible outcomes. Thank you for your time.
Additional comment, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring it back to the people I represent. Basically, when you drive into my town, there are signs from the south and signs from the east that say, "Welcome to Hollis, a farming community." I have very good relationships with the farmers in my town. There are many farmers in my town, and they've been long established. We have a family in town at Brookdale Fruit Farm who are on their 8th generation in Hollis. And I've talked to these folks about the changes that they've been seeing in how they've had to modify their farming practices. There isn't any question among these long-standing New Hampshire residents that climate change is happening and it is affecting their businesses. The crop losses that we had last year required federal funding. And so maybe we didn't feel the hit of that as significantly as we might have if there wasn't federal funding dedicated to the awareness that communities are continuing to suffer economic damage as a result of warming temperatures affecting everything from the growing season to, I mean, no one really cares if you tap the maples at a different time of year, as long as you can still get the maple syrup. But there are many, many changes that are happening in the state of New Hampshire. Earlier today in testimony, it was mentioned that UNH is doing a significant amount of work around what the changes are in New Hampshire. We've had testimony in this committee in the past on this very topic. We can choose to ignore it and say, not something we have to worry about. But I think the facts are on our side. I actually used ChatGPT to ask some objective questions after our hearings last week about fossil fuel consumption, about climate damage, and the various categories that those damages fall into in terms of economics. And to kind of reiterate this prime sponsor, Representative Kaplan's point, it borders on negligence if we're not looking at this. And I'm actually pretty measured in the language that I use in this committee. But for us to say over and over that there isn't even any benefit in us looking into it so that we can figure out what threats there are to our economy and to the businesses in this state, like the farmers in my community, and also to look at if there are any potential ways to recover monies that the state will suffer as a result of these changes. I mean, who else's job is it? So that's where I stand on the bill. It's, if not us, who? We're the people who are responsible for getting that information and figuring out if there is any action that should be taken on behalf of the folks who are losing money because of the warming conditions. So that's all I have to say.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not purport to be smarter than all of the collective expertise and analysis of all the scientists in the National Academy of Sciences, the American Geophysical Union, the American Association for the Advancement of Science. But I have read the statements of each of those organizations, which of course are available to any of us on their websites. And all of those organizations, and therefore all of the thousands of scientists that they represent, have stated unequivocally that climate change is real and human activities are causing it at a very high confidence level. When I introduced myself to this committee last week, 2 weeks ago, I stated that one of the positions I had in my past was working for a national nonprofit organization called the Union of Concerned Scientists. And I was the Northeast Climate Policy Coordinator for 3+ years. And in that role was involved in publicizing a study. It was actually a sort of a meta study, which is to say a combination of large number of different studies into one synthesis report called the Northeast Climate Impacts Assessment, published in 2007, so almost 20 years ago. And the projected impacts of climate change on the Northeast, and we even did individual reports on each individual state describing the projected impacts of climate change, almost 20 years ago. And those reports discussed things like impacts on fisheries, from warming coastal waters, impacts on the ski and tourism, more broadly, the tourism industry. You know, snowmobiling is a huge tourism business in the state of New Hampshire. Impacts on agriculture, impacts on forestry, and all of those impacts are being felt today. I don't think anybody can honestly say that the increasingly erratic weather and warming temperatures that we see are not affecting the economics of this state, the businesses of this state, and the residents of this state. The ice in and ice out dates shrinking. And so this bill is a bill that would put this state on a path to document those impacts, put a price tag on those impacts, and position New Hampshire to potentially seek to recover some of those costs, not from other residents of New Hampshire, but from the global fossil fuel industry that has engaged, as we heard testimony and as we've all seen documented, conducted a 40-year plus campaign of disinformation that fossil fuels, were not any cause of climate change. There's a very strong parallel to the tobacco settlement, to the damages caused by smoking, and the eventual multi-state lawsuit that resulted in a multi-million-dollar settlement with the tobacco industry, which New Hampshire partook in and New Hampshire received benefits from. So this bill is about, as Representative McGee said, positioning New Hampshire to be prepared to protect its citizens from something that we can all see is happening.
Thank you, Representative. I think we've all had a chance to state our positions here. I'm going to close this hearing, or this executive session, after Representative Harrington gives us his perspective.
Thank you. I'll make this very quick. There's been lots of talk about brainwashing and false information being put out by the evil oil companies and all that. Just look up Earth Day predictions, Al Gore predictions. We were going to have no ice on the North Pole. I think that was going to happen like 5 or 6 years ago. The day of no return was going to be sometime around 2015. If we didn't reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it was the beginning of the end. And since then, we have not reduced them. We've increased them drastically because of countries like India and China. So I've got to take it a little lightly when everyone starts talking about all these evil people putting out all these evil thoughts. Look to your own side, because they've been putting out junk for a long time, prediction after prediction that just doesn't come true, and they ignore it and just move on and make another one. So.
All right, I think we need to move on. So I want to just close here by saying that I don't know anybody who doesn't recognize that we are experiencing mild and minor changes to the climate. We don't know exactly what causes those changes. We also don't know what the long-term impact of those changes is going to be. A lot of people want to make predictions. A lot of people do make predictions, and they're not very often correct. The bottom line here is that this is a worldwide phenomenon, and there is very little that New Hampshire can do about it one way or the other, whether we prepare for it or we don't. That's going to be a day-to-day process of adaptation. And I don't think we need to waste resources studying what those predictions will incorrectly produce. So with that, I would like to ask
Point of privilege,
clerk
Mr.
of the
Point of privilege.
committee- Hey,
Could I have a final word? Because I'd like to.
no. The clerk of the committee, I would ask him to call the roll on the question of ITL on House Bill 106.
Vice Chairman Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi. Clerk, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson. Yes. Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
No.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL on House Bill 106. Representative Thomas will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
No.
Tony Kaplan
Tony.
will write the minority report. Please have that report to me by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, as I need to get it to the clerk before noon tomorrow. And with that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 106. And now I'm going to open a executive session on House Bill 306, establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire citizens, businesses, institutions, and environment. And I recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 306. Representative Nodder is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that the purpose of a commission is to recommend future legislation. Now, that future legislation would be carbon pricing. The Chairman Vose, Vice Chairman Thomas, and I have been on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee since 2015. In 2019, you may recall, we had an all-day hearing on carbon pricing. That was House Bill 735. I have it right here. Here's the testimony from that day. Put in a file folder with the Eiffel Tower as a reminder that they did this in France and the people revolted. They took to the streets because it was so expensive. The fiscal note I have here from that bill went up to $795 million. That was the price tag. We never had the debate on the House floor because the chairman at the time, Bob Backus, tabled the bill. In the hearing today, we heard testimony that the town of Merrimack wants this. Well, I was there at that town meeting, and let me tell you something about the town elections in Merrimack. Hardly anybody goes to them. Hardly. It's pathetic. Voter apathy prevails, unless there's a big ticket item like an enormously expensive SAU building. In a fall election, that's when the people come out to vote. Town, it's really not there. So if climate change and carbon pricing were the #1 issue in Merrimack, then the sponsor of this bill would have topped the ticket and I wouldn't be here. There's no national or regional carbon pricing mechanisms currently before Congress, and none are likely in the next 4 years. House Bill 306 is a duplicate of last year's House Bill 372. We ITL'd that bill last year, and I believe we should do it again this year. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it is, I'm also from the town of Merrimack. It is very interesting to hear representatives say that we have voter apathy and that our town elections are pathetic. I will make sure that that message gets back. Mr. Chair, you asked when I was testifying if this was the same bill that was passed as last term, and I answered that yes, it was. And that is because people are begging us to pay attention. They are begging us to recognize that carbon pricing is seen as something that is coming down the road, and it is going to impact our economy in New Hampshire. I know that every time we call it carbon pricing, you guys call it carbon tax, because you know that tax is the evil word. This is not a tax on energy. This is a tax on polluters. And the intent is for climate protections. We also know that in the case of Canada, people are getting rebates from this carbon pricing. It is just this conversation piggybacks on the one that we just had. We are closing our eyes to something that is out there, something that is going to happen, something that is going to greatly affect our economy, and we need to take a look at it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I do hear the argument that folks are begging for this bill to come back for carbon pricing increase, I've also probably had just as many, if not more, constituents ask and beg for lower fuel prices, lower electrical rates, and lower energy altogether. So this is why I'd be ITLing this bill as well.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting, we've been talking about carbon pricing almost since I've been on this committee. I've spoken in the well about it a couple of times, and the one overriding factor that I keep reading about is Europe is years ahead of us in carbon pricing. They've been doing it for a long time, as my good friend Representative noted. Interestingly enough, the emissions haven't gone down enough to cause any appreciable difference in the rate of increase in the temperature of the atmosphere. And that begs me to wonder just how effective carbon pricing is. Now, I have read several reports from institutions. Many economists agree that carbon pricing could work in reducing the amount of carbon in the air, if that's what you wanted to do, if it was effective. But almost all of them say that it would be at such a high cost, it would be politically and legislatively impossible to pass. The costs, the economic costs to fuels would be so high as to people would rebel, as we're seeing around the world they're starting to do now. And any costs that are lower than that threshold really wouldn't have that much of an effect. So I stand by those stats saying that carbon pricing is a great way to raise money for countries, and that they have done. And what they can do with that money, they like to have a lot of money. But as far as affecting our environment, the jury is still out on that. But we do know that if you follow the money, it's a lot of people that are in favor of that. So I think we're doing the right thing here with ITL.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a couple of comments here that don't really relate to the bill or the intent of the bill. I think the one thing everyone on the committee agrees with is that we would like to be able to lower people's costs for energy and figure out bills that we can pass that actually help us to support people keeping their costs low. I think this bill intends to have us become more educated. I'll use Representative Ammon's language and say it's a sunlight bill, right? It's a bill that would answer questions that people have around carbon pricing that is coming all around us and what effect that might have on us. We don't know what's going to raise our costs or lower our costs if we don't bother to look at it. And this bill is saying this stuff is all around us. Everybody in North America is pricing their carbon products. and we're not. And most of our major trading partners are pricing carbon into their products, and they're also going to start charging people who are not participating in that carbon market. Okay, so it's an entire market. We are not participating. This bill doesn't say we need to participate. It says we need to know what's going on, and we need to understand how it will impact people's costs here. And if we don't have that information, we can't make good decisions, can't make future legislation. But if you kill the bill here in its infancy before we've actually had a chance to study it, then we have no more information, and it's just one more year of delay. So this is not the same as 735. I was here for 735. That bill was talking about adopting carbon pricing, and everyone thought that it was untenable for New Hampshire to try and make a move like that on its own. It wasn't really the right vehicle, and it didn't make sense. And so, yeah, it was killed on our committee by Democrats. So that's not what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is say we should study this because it's coming, whether we're looking, walking to the mountaintop to look and see if the Indians are coming or not.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to piggyback on Representative McGee's comments. They're so apt. And I just also want to commend my Republican colleagues for their concern on the environment and the possible impacts of a carbon pricing mechanism. I would just say that if we do want to lower carbon emissions and have a positive impact on our environment, that we should at least look at what other countries are doing, because that's why they enacted a carbon pricing mechanism. So if it's not working there, as Representative Thomas suggested, we ought to know about it. It's something that a commission of this sort would find out. So again, this is just sunlight, as Representative McGee said. It's information, it's gathering, and it's something we ought to do if we cared about planning for the future.
The voters of New Hampshire have been telling the governors and the representatives that they elect since the 1950s that they do not want a sales tax, an income tax, or any other kind of broad-based tax. National surveys consistently have shown over the last 25 years that 60% of voters oppose a carbon tax. This is not something our constituents want us to do. Therefore, I recommend that we don't do this. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 306.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
Emphatically no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
Absolutely no.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
10-8.
Before I announce the result of the election, I'd point out that a yes or a no is sufficient for your vote. We don't need any other words or adjectives appended to your vote. So by a vote of 10-8, the committee adopts the position of ITL for House Bill 306. Representative Nodder will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will.
Representative Wendy Thomas will write the minority report, and I need that by 7 a.m. tomorrow, please.
It is in your inbox.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 306 and open the public hearing, executive session rather, on 306 and open an executive session on House Bill 526 FN, establishing a climate change and damage division in the Department of Environmental Services. And I recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
I recognize Representative Schneller.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on House Bill 526 FM. Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very simple. It creates a new department that we cannot afford. So I know the opposition will disagree with that, but that's my statement, and simple as that.
Representative Schneller.
This assumes climate damage that has not yet been seen. Thank you.
Further comment? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. I would like to refute that previous statement by saying this is something we can't afford not to do. As far as climate damage that we haven't seen, that I don't understand that statement, because we have seen with increased flooding in the summer, we have seen roads wash out that are costing our state millions of dollars. As the temperature gets up higher in the summer, as we all know, those of us that have taken science, you know that warm air contains more moisture, which is why we're seeing so much flooding in the summer. We're seeing decreased snow in the winter. That's affecting our tourist industry. The skiing industry is hurting. Again, we seem to be on a roll with these. The tourists that come up for our lakes, the standing bodies of water are getting warmer. We're getting cyanobacteria, which are toxic blooms that impede enjoying the lakes. To say that you're not, we're also seeing droughts. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to be seeing wildfires very soon. To say that climate change hasn't caused any damage is to be irresponsible. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have to agree with Representative Wendy Thomas. I mean, we're seeing all sorts of damage, whether it's in my area of the Upper Valley, where we've been having significant flooding events, what's happened on the seacoast. We haven't had the wildfires here yet, but we sure get the smoke from them, especially from our neighbors to the north. I mentioned the ski industry before. So Jessica Keeler from Ski New Hampshire says we deal with factors that include extreme weather, such as droughts that impact our ability to make snow, like some ski areas experience this year, or flooding, which has wreaked havoc either on ski area infrastructure or the roads and bridges that lead to the ski areas, or heavy rains when it should be snowing, or a season in which we do open late because of unseasonable temperatures or close earlier than expected for the same reason in the spring. Particularly when it gets warm earlier in the spring, it becomes harder to convince people to ski because they're already thinking about other outdoor activities. So we're seeing the effect on our tourism industry. We're seeing the effect just in general. We're seeing it in the air. It's happening. And again, to deny it, we're just putting our heads in the sand. And I don't think we're all ostriches.
I agree it's happening. I disagree that it's climate. I think it's weather. That's what's happening. Representative Bernardi.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. The worst and the hottest days in the United States on record were in the 1930s, the Dust Bowl, not now. The greatest floods in New Hampshire occurred in the 1950s, not now. The worst coastal storm that we've had recently, 1978. So we are not seeing a continual trend of catastrophism year after year after year. I reject that premise.
Representative Summers.
Not to dispute or argue that this debate will continue to go on. However, if we really wanted to make a change on on climate change, and we were really serious about it, and we really wanted to go to effect of where something would actually take effect. Now, I know how the opposite party, at least nationally, is against tariffs. However, imposing a 100% tariff on China and India for climate change and imposing that they do something about their 85% of the pollution that is in the world, then we would have, according to what I last testified, under the scientific method, then we would have proof if the climate actually did go down or get better because of their drop of the 85% of the problem, then maybe this would prove not only that it is an actual issue, but you'd be actually attacking the actual cause of the bulk of the problem. Cleaning up the little state of New Hampshire, or even, like I said, taking the U.S. all the way down to zero, will have almost no effect compared to the 85% of India and China. So we actually have to tax the actual problem, cause them some pain over it. If you really want to make a ground effect on climate change, and you really think it's a severe issue, and more than just in a religion, but scientific fact, you would actually attack China and India nationally instead of trying to do it at a one little state in the New England area.
Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I got 2 words for you: carbon pricing mechanisms. That's 3 words. But I'm surprised you voted against it. That's exactly what you're talking about. This is taxing other countries for their carbon content. That's what we were talking about in the last bill, which you just voted against.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to piggyback on a major point made by Representative Bernardi, something that I think people now may not have realized, but consider now with all of the informational structure we have out there, social media, and the amount of population and buildings and infrastructure that we have now as opposed to, say, back in the 1930s, 1950s. The weather, the extreme weathers have happened all throughout our history, but the effects, the economic effects are in people's minds much more vast now because of we have more population, we have more buildings, the cost factors are more because of inflation and so forth and so on. So it seems to people here now that all of a sudden we're having this climate change or this weather change. In my opinion, I believe that the effects nowadays are more stringent because we have more out there that's being affected by these changes, but the actual weather pattern seems to be pretty consistent over the last several hundred years. So I would caution people as to making the leaping assumption of the cause and effects, and instead, I think people should just go out there and say, look, every so often we're going to have a bad winter, a bad summer, a bad flood, whatever. Maybe take it upon themselves to figure out how things should be prepared for that, instead of subjecting economies to a lot of expenses on things, the weather that we really have no real control over on a worldwide basis.
So you're saying we have to avoid falling victim to presentism, evaluating everything that happens according to what we see in the present, when in fact the past may contain or may have seen events that were much more traumatic than what we're seeing today. T.S. Eliot said, human beings have a limited capability for reality. And I think a lot of our disagreement about climate change is because we all struggle with figuring out what's real. What is reality? I don't know that we're going to be able to figure it out here in this executive session, but I think we should avoid doing anything that puts our constituents at the risk of energy poverty, puts our constituents at the risk of being made poorer by bad decisions that we make. in the heat of the moment. So I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 526 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
No.
Representative Thomas,
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Reynolds,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
No.
Representative Swanson,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10 to 8, the committee adopts the resolution of ITL for House Bill 526 FN. Representative Nodder will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report? Representative Wendy Thomas will write the minority report.
It is in your inbox.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before we break,
Yes.
I had asked the our secretary to put together copies of, and they stopped somewhere along here. They didn't keep coming. So if we could get those for how folks are going to change their email address. So IT's been asking us to do that. Yeah, they're coming.